Hi guys. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. How is everybody doing tonight? How was your well, how's everybody's Thursday been? It's been well, honestly, I don't know how to describe it. I don't know how to describe the last few days. It's been kind of crazy. So, we're going to be playing Kerbal Space Program again tonight. What's up, Zach? Welcome back. How you doing? Oh, hi Apollo. Hi buddy. Um I finally have a shower again. So that's exciting. Um, we're gonna be playing Kerbal Space Program again tonight, just for a little while. It's gonna probably be a little bit of a shorter stream. We got started a little bit late because I was messing around with OBS trying to get some things to work, and um, they still aren't quite working the way that I want them to. But that's quite all right. Well, I will mess with that a little bit more. Good, you can smell from here. Gee, thanks. Um, but yeah, they got my shower to where it's at least usable again. They still have some work to do in the bathroom, but it is not nearly as urgent as it was. So, um, yeah, I'm happy about that. What? No, that's not what I wanted to do. But like I was saying, I was working on OBS trying to get my stinger set up again and trying to get some other stuff set up again. And I'm still having it's not perfect, but it's good enough for now. I will definitely work on it a little bit. But tonight we're going to be playing some Kerbal Space Program, so it's probably not even going to matter. Um, we I don't even remember where we were at when we played this game last. So let's take a look at it. We're gonna jump right into it tonight because I don't really have anything to yap about tonight. Um, yeah. So we're just gonna jump into the game and we'll talk about whatever comes up. Oh, I don't have my game capture set up. My bad. Let me fix that. There it is. There we go. All right. We are back in business. We are ready to continue our mission. So we're doing pretty well on money. It looks like got tons of money, tons of science. So I think what we will do. Oh, you noticed? Thank you. Yeah. I got a new transition animation. I wanted something more piratey. I actually commissioned it quite some time ago, but my artist that was working on it got sick, and it ended up getting pushed back. So we finally have it. It's finally up and running. I still need to tweak it a little bit because the sound is off and the transition is off a little bit, but I will get it. Um, I will get it. I'll get it perfected. I'll get it fixed up, and it'll be nice. So I hope you guys like it. I am very pleased with it. It is exactly how I imagined it being. So I'm rather pleased with it. I did love the sword, and I did. It was a very fitting animation, but I thought this one went better with the new look, the page's new look. So Paulo, I'm gonna kick you out if you don't behave yourself. I'm gonna kick you out if you don't behave yourself. All right. So, do we have any active missions? We do. So our missions right now: get green sandstone, bring moonstone back with you. See, it just says, yeah, it says you don't need any special equipment. You just have to find it and pick it up. You just have to be at the right biome. Chat, there's a mod that I'm probably gonna add. We've been playing this game completely vanilla. And I think I might add a mod. There is a mod that allows you to launch satellites that can um it's a science experiment that allows you to map the planets and moons, and one of the maps is a biome map, so we can actually see what we've got going on. Okay, so we're transferring crew between vessels near Kerbin. I think we already have a ship in orbit for that. Yes. Oh, Hodka's scrap is okay. We've already rescued Hodkus, right? I think we've already rescued Hodkus. So we do not have hi Taurus, welcome in. How you doing tonight? Welcome back. Good to see you. Yeah, he wants some love. He's had kind of a rough day. So all right, let's see here. So our active missions, science data from space around Minmus, science data from the surface of the Mun, position a satellite in equatorial orbit of Minmus, and position a satellite in a tundra orbit around Minmus. We can probably do this one with one satellite. In fact, we could probably do all 3 of these missions with one satellite. So we'll probably see about doing that when we get back, or once we go. I also think we may need to put a satellite in some satellites in a lower Kerbin orbit, because I was looking at our satellites and oh no, they have communication. We have communication, so we should be fine. We've got communication satellites here. They should have enough range to reach Minmus. Hopefully. So it should be fine. All right. Then in that case, I thought we built a rocket to put a Kerbal in orbit of Kerbin. So, well, I hope you're having a good shift, Taurus. I thought we built a rocket for that. Let's load up Scalawag 5 and see what it's all about. I think we can probably do better than this now. Yeah, we can. All right, so we're going to need a new rocket, and we're going to end up launching this rocket twice because it wants us to do a crew transfer in orbit of Kerbin. So the best way to do that, I think, is going to be... I could have swore we built a rocket for this. I could have swore we already built a rocket for this. Let me open up the last Munshot mission that we had, which was Munshot 7. The looks of it. Yeah. I'm going to load it up. And we're going to make... No, we don't need all this. All right, we're going to start... We're going to build a whole new rocket. We're just going to build a whole new rocket. So the purpose of this mission is going to be a crew transfer. So we're going to pretty much deliberately strand a Kerbal in orbit of Kerbin and then send up... Actually, I don't want to do this one right now because I think that we will eventually be able to grab a mission to rescue a Kerbal from Kerbin orbit, and then we can knock both of these out at the same time. Yes, Zuki. Yes, space. The final frontier. So I think we're going to hold off on doing this mission. These are both around the Mun, so they're not going to do us any good. But we can definitely do one of these other ones. And I think what we're going to do is we're going to go for Minmus. We're going to go for Minmus. We're going to put a satellite in an equatorial orbit of Minmus, and then we're going to transfer that satellite. We're going to adjust that satellite's orbit into a tundra orbit. Minmus is really easy to maneuver around. So we should be able to do it all in one go. But we're going to make this mission even more interesting because we have a couple more missions in orbit of Kerbin, or of Minmus, or around Minmus. We have science data from around Minmus. That'll be easy. We can get that one, no problem. And bring green sandstone back. So we're going to launch a mission that's going to be a little bit different from what we have done in the past. in that this rocket that I want to build right now is going to have is going to both carry Kerbal's two Minmus to try to find that elusive green sandstone. We're going to try to find that elusive green sandstone, but we are also going to land on the surface of Minmus. We're going to do all of that in one mission. So we're going to use this Gemini style capsule, the Mark II command pod, as our command capsule. So we're going to build it up for a return from Minmus. So we're going to use this 1.875. We're only going to put 100 ablator on it. It doesn't need that. It will be fine with that much. And then we're going to put a Clampetron Junior docking port on top. Actually, we're going to put a battery on top. So we're going to go electrical. We're going to throw a battery on top, and then we're going to use this Clampetron Junior docking port. We're also going to throw where are they? Command and control. Here we go. So we're going to throw some reaction control rockets on here. We're going to throw 4 of them on, actually. We might even throw 8. We might even throw 8. That. Yep, I think we're going to do that. I think we're going to throw 8 on there. And then we're going to throw a P18 decoupler. And we want that to attach to the heat shield, not the command pod. All right, so this is going to be our ship. It's going to need some fuel. It's going to need probably an engine plate, and it's going to need an engine. So this is going to be our command module. It's got 1800 Delta V as it stands, but this is not the ship that's actually going to land on Minmus. We're going to do like we did with the moon. We're going to have a separate lander can for Minmus. So what we're going to do here is we're going to throw another Clampetron right here. Oh, nope. A Mark I lander can right there. A fuel tank under that. And I think a spark is probably all we're going to need for this particular lander, and then some landing gear. And I am building this upside down. We don't need nearly this much fuel. We don't need nearly this much fuel. We're going to take this whole thing off, and we're going to use considerably smaller fuel. So let's use, we could probably get away with something like this, actually. We can probably get away with something like this because you don't need super big landing gear either because there's no gravity on this, but we're going to use these anyway. So it'll be something like that. vessel does have its own monopropellant source, so let's go ahead and throw some of these small RCS thrusters on, like so. And that should do us. I am going to set this as the core, and I'm going to take this off so we can see how much delta V we have. Where is... It's about 350 delta V. Okay. Takes about 350 delta V. Yeah, this isn't going to be quite enough fuel. We're going to need a little bit more gas than this. So go ahead and that looks good. Terrarian, welcome back. Welcome in. Thanks for dropping by. All right, so this will be our landing capsule. We have plenty of delta V, so we might throw some experiments on here. Like so. Not sure where I want to stick this. Guess we'll just stick it right there. Right there. I don't like that. We're gonna leave that one. All right, so this stage has 1300 delta V. That'll be plenty. Let's reroute to you. $1394 delta V on that one. Which should be plenty to get us to Minmus and Endor, which is perfect. Perfect. Okay, that should do us. And then all we need to do from there is build the rest of the rocket, which is going to include actually we can take this off. We can take that off. Let's put a stack separator on there. Like so. We don't need the shroud. No. There we go. That right there, like that. Track the landing gear. There's one other thing that we need to add. And that's going to be our satellite. So let me grab a drink real quick. Let me get that satellite built. We're gonna throw a little fuel tank on there. And then we need a monopropellant tank. We need a small monopropellant. Those are way too big. I don't think we have a small monopropellant. Wish we had a smaller monopropellant. It doesn't look like we have. That's okay. We do have a reaction wheel, so we're going to throw a reaction wheel on there. And we're also going to throw some photovoltaic panels on it. The other thing that we need to make sure that we put on this thing, so to make sure that it works, is it's going to need antennas. So we're going to throw a couple of antennas on it. Like so. And that's going to be our satellite. The other thing that we need to throw on here is it needs to be able to do science experiments. So just a second, Chad, I'll be right back. All right, chat, I will have to be right back. 1, draw some circles. 2, draw the rest of the fucking out. Okay. I will be right back. I have to take Apollo out. He's complaining. So I will be right back. Give me just a minute. All right. We are back. We are back. All right, so I think this is going to work the way that it is. We just need to make sure that we put a stack separator on here, and I want to put some extra batteries on this actually, we don't need a stack separator. We need we just need a decoupler will work. Do I have a tiny decoupler? I don't have a smaller decoupler. So we'll go ahead and use the stack separator just because it's smaller. And then let's put a battery on here. Well, so okay. So that'll be our satellite. I need to check our mission parameters real quick. Position a satellite. Please note that this must be a new unmanned probe built for Floyd Dynamics Research Labs after the contract is accepted. It needs a mystery goo unit. And apparently it needs a science junior. So that complicates things just a little bit. That does complicate things just a little bit. So let's drop this down. Take that off. Put a T12 decoupler here, and we will put, there's science. We'll put one of these right here, one of those right there. All right, that should work. And then it needs a mystery goo. So we're actually going to use 2, and the reason that we're going to use 2 is for balance purposes, so that the whole thing is nice and balanced. So this should work just fine. It meets all of the requirements. So the only problem that I foresee running into is it's heavy as shit. So I don't know how that's going to affect our Delta V. But let's reroute to this part. We can take this off. We got 771 meters per second of Delta V. That's plenty. That's more than enough for the satellite itself. And then if we reroute again to here, and we take this all off, flip it over, and stick it up here, we still have 1,215 meters per second of Delta V, which is probably not quite enough, but if we over-engineer the previous stage just a little bit, it should be fine. It needs 1250. And it's only got 1215. We also don't have any monopropellant on this one yet, so we need to do that. Fuel tanks. We may need a little bit more fuel on this stage. So let's drop this down. Let's go ahead and throw crap. Go ahead and throw that on there. There we go. That ought to be enough monopropellant. That ought to be enough monopropellant. Or not enough monopropellant, enough Delta V, I should say. Okay, so there's us. Let's go ahead and put our final decoupler on down here. And then we can put, oh, let's go ahead and bolt this whole thing together as well. So we'll go with something like that. Something like that. Okay. That ought to give us a little bit more rigidity as well. And then we also, God, I almost forgot parachutes, chat. I almost forgot parachutes. That would have been bad. Let's see here. Where are my parachutes? We're gonna need a couple of those. And we probably ought to put, we don't need drogues. We're not landing anything huge, so it should be fine. Yeah, let's roll with that and see what happens. I need a couple more of these as well, so we'll put these down here. Like so, maybe? No, that's not gonna work. You're gonna have to go right there. That's just where they're gonna have to go. All right. I don't like that though. They stick out a little bit too much. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. We're still going fully Apollo style, reconfigure the craft mid-course and everything. Yep, that's exactly what we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing. So let's see here. This is going to be our rocket. We have the command capsules right here. This middle portion is our landing can. And then we have a science satellite down here. That should accomplish all of the missions that we have around Minmus, provided we can find a piece of green sandstone, which is located in the flats. So we're going to try to find some sandstone while we're down there. But this should get us where we need to go. Now we just got to build something that can get it into space. So we're going to use this 1.87 meter shell. Nope, that's not going to work. Edit bearing. It's going to need to get just a little bit wider. There we go. Something like that. And that is going to be our pregnant spaceship. Okay, let's see here. We also are going to need, we're going to need to build a rocket that can actually get this thing into space. I don't have any of the, oh, these are the big guys. These are the big guys. Do I have an adapter that will work for those though? I don't think I do. I'm going to save what we've got and I'm going to go check the R&D facility and see what we still need to unlock there. Or what we can still unlock there, because we have a ton of science. Nope, we've unlocked everything that we can unlock. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. I won't be able to use the 2.5 meter rocket parts, but that's okay. So let's go ahead and start with one of these. That is the largest 1.8 meter fuel tank that we have. And we've got, as far as 1.8 meter rockets go, we don't really have much to choose from, because these are obviously 2.5 meter. I wonder. Nope. These are obviously 2.5 meter engines. So we would have to have a 2.5 meter rocket, which we do not have. So that's not going to work. But we can use this. This will be fine. We'll probably do something very similar to what we did with the other one. And what that is we're going to go ahead and we're going to use the 1.8 meter engine mount. We're going to use 3 nodes. We're going to do a triple node. I'm going to rotate it like so. There we go. And then we're going to use these Terrier engines. And if we strip them bare, they should not interfere with each other. And they do not. Perfect. Okay, excellent. So that should be good. Let's go ahead and make this medium short and see where that puts. That's going to be too close. Okay, so let's make it just a little longer. Right there. Beautiful. That's lovely. All right. That's lovely. I like it. All right. And then so this is going to have, how much delta V does this end up having? 1,000. It's going to need more than that. It's going to need a lot more than that. So let's put another one of these on there. Like so. 1,700. I don't know. I don't know, chat. I don't know if that's going to be big enough. I think it'll be all right. I think it'll be okay. So let's go ahead and go ahead and put the next stage on. We're gonna go 4 of those. Gotta check my thrust weights. That's what she said. Yeah. That's what she said. It's not gonna be big enough. All right. For the launch stage, we're gonna use these guys again, these Titan engines, which are, they call them the Bobcat, but they're actually from the Titan ICBM. So is what they're modeled off of. They're the Titan engines. And then we're gonna have to, that's not gonna be anywhere near enough delta V, especially considering this is gonna be at sea level. So we're gonna need, hold on. If this stage has 1,800 meters per second, we need about 4,500 meters per second total. 45, 18 is gonna be 28. So we need 1,400 meters per second more delta V. Okay. Let's put these big hydraulic pieces on. We're probably going to use 4 of them with these side-mounted fuel tanks. I really like these. I really like these fuel tanks. I think they're really cool. And then we can put whatever the hell we want on these because they are the bottom stage. The Poodle isn't going to work. It's not a sea level rocket. But if we wanted to, we could put this guy on there, which has an absolutely outrageous amount of thrust. And I think it will fit. Yes. We could do something like this. And these are monsters, by the way. These are absolute monster engines. It's probably a little bit too much, but we need, that's not enough, that's not even enough delta V anyway. So if we use these, Still not gonna. It's still not anywhere near enough delta V. Still not anywhere near enough delta V. This whole thing needs to be 28, and we're only sitting at 25, 100 meters per second. So I think we will go ahead and use these here. We're going to use it for all 3 stages. That cost us delta V. These are too heavy. Oh, hold on. What the heck? Oh, I got these all screwed up. Let's reset. All right. So these fire. These fire. And then this fires. Put that up there somewhere. Okay. 913 at sea level. Okay. That's not going to work either. It's just too much rocket. It's just too much rocket for it to actually work. So 913, 1491. It's just too much rocket. Let's see here. What can we do? What can we do? What can we do? How can we get this thing? How can we give this thing more boost? Let's see how much. Let's see how much. What our thrust to weight's looking like. 2.7. So we still got quite a bit to play with here. And what we can do, yeah, that'll give us 2.7. We can add quite a bit of weight here. So what we'll do is we're gonna take this guy off. We're gonna go ahead and use this skipper. Move these guys up just a little bit. There we go. We're gonna go ahead and use this skipper because that's gonna give us a huge boost to our thrust to weight ratio, and it's gonna actually go right here, that stage. Yeah, that's going to give us 1.2, so we can add quite a bit of fuel here. So let's add some more fuel. 16 and 18, that's 24. 24. We're going to need more than that. This thing is going to be probably end up being too tall. 18 and 7. Yeah, we're just not adding enough delta V here. We've got these big side boosters, these big SRBs. But I don't think that's going to work. I think we're going to need to shed some weight. Realistically, the lander can, we could probably get rid of the lander can and turn this into a lander. That might be a good option. Because it is just Minmus. It's not the Mun. It's just Minmus. So it would be super easy. Add secondary boosters mid-shaft. It's not the boosters that we need, though. We have... Our thrust to weight is there. We just need more fuel. What we could do... I'm adding fuel to the wrong stage is what I'm doing. What we could do is we could add fuel to this stage. And that would significantly increase our delta V. So let's do that. Let's add... We'll start with 1. We'll start with 1. And that's going to give us, on this stage, that's going to give us, in vacuum, 2,300 meters per second. So it's going to take us about 1,200 meters per second to get there. That is a surplus of 1,100 meters per second. Which means these bottom 2 stages would need 2,300 meters per second of total delta V. Now at sea level, this one's going to give us 842 plus 1220. That's only 2,000. So we're still going to be a little bit short. We're still going to be a little bit short. So we may need to add one more. This rocket just may not have enough juice to do what I'm trying to do with it. 27. Almost, that's 28 for all intents and purposes. That's 28. 1,200 plus 160. Doesn't need the 160, just 1,200. $16. That might work. All right, that might work. Let me run the math one more time. We got 2,800. We need 46 minus 28 is 28. Or no, 40. What did I say? 4,600. 4,600 minus 28 would be 2,000. And we've got over 2,000 here. So this will work as long as our thrust to weights are good. So our thrust to weight here is 2.7. Our thrust to weight here is 1.2. We're golden. This is fine. The only problem is this stage right here is going to be a little bit soft on the thrust to weight ratio. So what I might do, and this is going to fuck everything up again, but let's see if we can make this a quadruple. Let's see if we can make this a quad. We can. We still have over 2,000 meters per second of delta V here, and we still have 2,700 here. This is fine. This will get us there. Let's make sure our thrust to weights are still good. I don't expect them to be a problem. Yeah, thrust to weights are good. So as long as we don't lose control of the rocket on the way up, which is entirely possible because this thing is long as fuck, we should be fine here. We should be fine here. So let's go with some of these guys to stabilize it. And this rocket should do it. This is a big ass rocket, chat. This is a lot of fucking rocket. Let's check our staging and make sure that it's all good. So we'll have these 4 rockets light off first. Let's have all of these go off at the same time. So these will go off next. That's going to give us 900 plus 1,200. That's going to give us 2,100 meters per second of delta V. Oh, no, that's not right. We got 786. Ooh. 786 plus 1071 is only like 1,850. And then 1,850 plus 27, 18 plus 2730. So essentially it's going to be 1,800 plus, or 9 plus 28. 28. It's 46. Yeah, we're good. We're good. This is it. This is us. We're good. This is enough. Just barely, but it's enough. It's going to be cutting it really close. It's going to be cutting it really close, but I think we'll be okay. I think I may have actually over-engineered it, because I think I actually engineered it to where this thing would be able to get to orbit, to get to Minmus by itself. So I think I may have over-engineered it. But that's fine. It's fine. Rather over-engineer it than under-engineer it. That way, if we make a mistake, we'll still be able to survive. This will go... We can actually probably detach this down here somewhere. And then... that'll go. That'll go. Flip this whole thing. It has spoken like a true... It shouldn't need fins. We've got these down here for stability. So it shouldn't need fins. It'll just end up being extra weight. All right. And then these two engines can go up here because they're going to be separated. That fires, that fires. I want this one to fire first. So that'll fire. This guy can flip around. Then this can fire. This will fire once we're in orbit. We want this guy to fire down here. This can fire. Those can fire. Okay, it all looks good. This looks like us. So I think we're ready to actually launch this guy. I am going to send 2 pilots this time instead of because last time we sent a pilot and a scientist, but we don't really have any resettable stuff here, and I'm pretty sure even a pilot can pick up a rock, which is what their mission is. Their mission here is to pick up a rock. So our staging looks great. Our rocket is hideous, but it looks like it will work. And we have a lot. This thing has a lot of ass behind it, chat. This thing has a lot of ass behind it. We've got almost 3. Our thrust to weight ratio is almost 3 to 1. So I think we're gonna be okay. So I use a lot of technical jargon when I play this game. I also make up a lot of stuff. So I'll do my best to explain what I'm talking about as I'm doing it, because I do make up words for stuff that I don't know the technical words for. But I think we're gonna be I think we're good. So this rocket we're gonna put it in a parking orbit around Kerbin. It is a very long rocket, and it's got a lot of fuel tanks, so I'm kind of worried about stability here on takeoff, but I think it's gonna be okay. I hope it's gonna be okay. I'm just gonna have to be really careful with my gravity turn. So yeah, we're good here. We got tons of monopropellant, yeah, we're good. All right, we're gonna go ahead and launch this bad boy. We're gonna take off in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Oops, I forgot to throttle up. That's okay. Just pretend like that didn't happen. We want to be angled ever so slightly for our gravity turn. Ever so slightly for our gravity turn. And then what we'll do is we will kind of let the rocket fall just a little bit. Fire that. All right, and we lost a significant amount of our thrust to weight here, so we should be in pretty good shape. Gravity turn's not quite as aggressive as I want it to be, so we're gonna force it a little bit here. Not quite as aggressive as I want it to be, so let's throttle down so that we're not going too fast. Yeah, our gravity turn is not anywhere nearly aggressive enough. So when I say gravity turn, what I'm talking about is essentially turning the rocket to where it is parallel with the surface of the planet. And if you do it right, gravity will do most of the work, which is why it's called a gravity turn. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and check our apoaps. Apoaps being the highest point in an orbit. Even though we're not technically in an orbit, we're in a what they call a suborbital trajectory. It's still the highest point. The apex of the suborbital trajectory would still be called the apoaps. All right, we can actually probably ditch this fairing now. All right, and we need to do this next part rather quickly because we are going to lose about half of our thrust to weight here. And we're still suborbital, and we're not even going to cross the Kármán line yet. All right, now our apoapse is above the Kármán line. The Kármán line in Kerbal Space Program is 70 kilometers. That is the line between space and not space. So, um, yeah, we're looking really good now. Our gravity turn is perfect. We're looking really good. We're going to end up in a pretty low orbit as it stands, but it should be fine. We should still have no problem making an orbital velocity here. And we're definitely gonna, like, we've got nothing but time. We're good. We can make adjustments if we have to, but we shouldn't have to. We should be fine. We are in space. This mission is going perfectly at this point, and I shouldn't say that. Let me knock on some wood, because it is going absolutely perfectly at this point. We still need to gain about 800 meters per second of velocity before we can before we'll make orbit. So we still got a little ways to go yet, but we're making it. Go ahead and lock this in right here. I'm going to pull up just a little bit to try to keep from going into the atmosphere, but I don't think we need to worry about it. I think that we're flying flat enough at this point, and we're going fast enough at this point that we will make orbit without too much difficulty. We do need to keep a close eye on our altitude, though. So our current, we are dropping. We're dropping, and we're only about 5 kilometers above the Kármán line. If we dip below that, we will start experiencing atmospheric drag again, which is going to cost us fuel to get out of. I think we can still do it, but it's gonna cost fuel that we may or may not have. So we just got to be really careful here. I'm gonna pull up just a little bit more because we want to make sure that this circularizes properly. But we are gonna make orbit, no issues there. So we're in good shape. Once this gets above 70 kilometers or so, 60, 70. All right, so our periaps is, our lowest point in our orbit is 72,667, and our highest point is 75,206. So we are we're in orbit. We're doing perfect. This is great. So let's check our missions here. Transfer any crew between vessels near Kerbin. I don't think we can do that here. I don't think that that's going to count. So, but that's okay. That's all right. We have 1,294 meters per second of delta V left. Let's go ahead and set Minmus as our target. Set as target. And we're coming up on the ascending node, but I don't know how far we are from it. So I don't know if I have time to... Yeah, we're 2 minutes away from the ascending node, which is going to be an issue. But it is perfectly aligned. So let's go ahead and see if we can hit... Oop, we can hit Minmus. We are going to hit Minmus. Perfect. That is fucking beautiful, chat. That is fucking lovely. There we go. There is our intercept. With a periaps of just perfect. It is a 1 minute and 9 second burn, so we have to start firing in about 40 seconds. I don't want to add a maneuver. I want to modify the maneuver that I have. It's not going to let me do it. It's not going to let me do it. It's not gonna let me modify my maneuver. Oh, there we go. All right. Minmus periaps. 9. Oh, too far. And that's actually going to give us damn near a free return trajectory. There we go. That's what we want right there. That's going to give us a free return trajectory, which is going to be kind of fun because it means that this stage, that I've got now is going to come back to Kerbin, smash into the planet, and we don't have to worry about space debris. So we're going to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and fire this maneuver. We are a little bit late, but you know what? It is what it is. We're going to make it work anyway. So turn RCS back off. The downside to these Terrier engines is they don't have an alternator in them. And because they don't have an alternator in them, they will not charge my batteries. But it shouldn't matter because we do have photovoltaic panels, so it should be just fine. We did start about 30 seconds late on our burn, so hopefully we can still get this free return trajectory, because that'd be really cool if we didn't have to worry about space junk. Well, we lost our intercept. That's not good. Lost our intercept. Okay. Oh, what? Probably as close as we're gonna get. Turn that off. Switch back to Kerbin. Yeah, our periaps is at 39 kilometers. So, that'll get us the free return trajectory. Let's see if better. Nah. I don't want to lose our intercept, which we will not lose our intercept here. Okay, perfect. All right, that's fine. As long as we don't lose our intercept, I'm fine with it. We can make adjustments as needed after. All right, so let's go ahead and warp to Next maneuver. Rocket's just too big. Okay. There we go. That looks pretty good. All right, so what I did there was I just used my reaction control thrusters to adjust the adjust the trying to go around this ring. But having some issues. Right. Oh, I'm getting turned around a little bit. There we go. I'm trying to remember. Is it V? Ah, there we go. Locked. That's what we want. Locked. There we go. And so we'll do like that. Wrong one. That's rotate. I want to rotate. This was supposed to be much cleaner than this. This is not doing what I wanted it to do. All right, let's turn ASAS back on. Let's kill our relative velocity to the target. Wrong way. Okay. Point it back at the ship. Give us a little bit of a boost moving forward. There we go. Now all I have to do is... We'll probably go a little bit faster than this. Get back to the ship. Because I kind of drifted extremely far away. But that's alright. We're good. My RCS placement isn't very good either, so it makes it really difficult to actually steer the vessel. Oh shit. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit. Am I out of... Am I out of RCS propellant? Go away. I am. Holy fuck, I ran out of RCS. How the fuck did that happen? Okay, alright. This isn't good. Why are we out of RCS propellant? Okay, well we're gonna have to get creative then. It's gonna be a pain in the ass, but we're gonna have to get creative. Alright, let's go ahead and activate this engine. Much. Way too much. Alright. Alright, there we go. Face this vehicle like so. Switch vehicles. Set you as the target. RCS off. Don't waste the RCS propellant. There's not enough of it left for that. Where is my target? There we go. That should be the right direction. Alright. Turn SAS on this guy. Switch back to this vessel. Point directly at that vessel. They should be pointed directly at each other. And we will just advance very, very slowly. Switch back to this one. We will go ahead and activate RCS. Just try to stay oriented as best as we're able. Well, you remember when I said this mission was going perfectly? I may have spoke too soon. Come on, come on. No, 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 no. No, you don't. No, you don't. Stay lined up perfect. Got it. Okay. We're good. We're good. Well, that is really unfortunate, but it's okay. It's all right because that is the last time we have to do a docking maneuver. Um, so we will not need to do that again. Um, I want to check and see. We still have our free return trajectory. So let's go ahead and decouple that. And we still have our free return trajectory. So we're in good shape. This engine should be the only one that's active. So yeah, that's our only active engine. Let's disable crossfeed. I don't want to accidentally use any fuel that I'm not intending to use, although it shouldn't do that. We should be fine. And then let's go to Minmus and let's get our first of all, let's set it as the target. Add a maneuver right there. Our goal is to ultimately end up in this equatorial orbit. That's our goal. Although it might be better to actually go for this tundra orbit and then adjust to an equatorial. But I think it'll be okay either way. So we're going to accelerate. Normal, which is essentially up. So you've got 6 directions in 3-dimensional space when you're traveling in 3-dimensional. So you've got prograde, which is essentially forward in relation to the direction the ship is traveling. Retrograde, which is backwards in relation to the direction that the ship is traveling. And then you've got normal and anti-normal, which is towards and away from the gravity source. And I can't remember what these are. I can't remember what these are called. But they're essentially, there's no up in space is essentially what they're saying. Everything is in relation to the direction that you're traveling and the direction of whatever the nearest 65, 450. Yeah, that should be close enough that we can get where we need to go. So that's going to be our target. It's 3.6 meters per second of delta V. So let's go ahead and lock that guy in. And warp to the next maneuver. Electric charge is good. Everything is looking really good. So this is a tiny, tiny little burn. 3.6 meters per second of delta V. Yeah, we're not jinxing it again. That was a mistake. That was a mistake. Normal and anti-normal. Can't remember what the other two were. Ascending and descending, I believe. Radial. It's radial. Okay. It's right there, right in front of me. Right in front of me, chat. All right, let's start this burn. Nice and easy and slow. Bingo. 0.0 meters per second. Perfect. Doesn't get better than that, chat. We're going to add a maneuver here. We're going to burn retrograde, and we're going to burn normal and retrograde until our orbit essentially lines up with the target orbit, which is right there. And we might even burn radial in. Like that. How the gimbal even works in space. So, I'm not sure what you mean by the gimbal. If you're talking about the engine gimbal, then you're essentially redirecting your exhaust to point the ship in a different direction. If you're talking about RCS thrusters, you're using tiny rocket engines to adjust the direction of the ship. And if you're talking about a reaction wheel, you're essentially using a gyroscope, and using the gyroscope to very, very slowly, like in real life, they do not work nearly as well as they do here. But you can use a gyroscope to very, very, very slowly reorient the spacecraft. Of course, the larger the spacecraft is, the less effective the gyroscope is. And in order to actually be able to redirect the ship in all three directions, you would actually need three separate reaction wheels to do that. It's essentially a giant flywheel. It's essentially a giant flywheel. You get it spinning, and it uses weights and counterweights to kind of rock the ship into place. And you would not be able to maneuver in 3 dimensions. You'd be able to maneuver in 1 or 2 dimensions. So you could have your ship spin pitch or yaw or roll, not all 3. That looks really, really good. Okay. So that's going to be our target orbit. Let's go ahead and warp to the next maneuver. We'll keep an eye on all of our supplies. We shouldn't run out of anything. We've got tons of electricity. So so much science, and it's like it's rocket surgery or something. Wait, what? Wait, what? No, 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 no. Bad, 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 bad. Okay, we're good. Phew. I kind of panicked there because I lost my trajectory, and I thought maybe something happened and we were going to miss Minmus. And because we are on a free... No, we're not on a free return trajectory anymore, so it would have been fine. But, all right, so this is going to be a 30-second burn, so we need to burn it at T-minus 15. Went from chill to dear God in 2 minutes. Yeah, well, I thought that we were going to miss Minmus and crash into Kerbin, so I needed to adjust very quickly because we are still on a free return trajectory, so we will crash into the planet if we do not turn. We'll crash back into Kerbin, but we are going to turn, so it'll be fine. We're going to turn, and then we're going to release our little satellite doohickey mobobber here. And once we do that, we're going to lose our solar panels. So we will not be able to recharge our batteries anymore after that. But we have 660. Well, we're going to lose some of that too because one of the batteries is attached to the... But anyway, we have to burn that. We have to execute this burn real quick. We should still be fine. My biggest concern is going to be operating the reaction wheels because that's going to be a problem. That actually looks really good. That's what we call close enough in this industry. So we are in the designated orbit, but we are not in an unmanned probe. But I'm about to fix that because we are going to we're going to go ahead and detach this probe if I can find and switch to it. And there we go. Mission complete. Oh shit. Did I fuck up? Nope, we're good. Okay, we're good. Extend antenna. There we go. We have communication with Kerbin. Let's go ahead and conduct this material study real quick. And the mystery goo. And that's going to be it. Let me send one of you guys out to go grab that real quick. Hi, Street. Welcome back. Good to see ya. How you doing tonight? I should have done this before I decoupled the satellite, but it'll be fine. It's only a couple of science, but it will satisfy one of our missions to collect it. And satisfying missions gives us money and science, so that is a good thing. And then let's go ahead and EVA report. No, that's what I thought. Where'd my ship go? Is that my ship? That's my ship. Okay. I was gonna say, I thought I lost the spaceship, boys. Draining a pond before it rains again so we can get to the real work. There you go. I hope it's going well for you. Sounds like a lot of work. How big of a pond are we talking about here? How big of a pond are you draining? Because that sounds like a lot of work. I don't like the reaction control on Kerbals. It's kind of a pain in the ass. I also don't remember how to turn on my headlamp. All right, where's the damn door? Of course, it's no, it isn't. We're good. All right. All right. So look at it. It's so cool. We're in space, chat, and we're orbiting Minmus. All right. So the first thing that we got to do is we gotta deal with this guy. So this guy needs to be repositioned into a polar orbit. So the best way to do that is to fire descending at the ascending nodes or anti-normal at the ascending node. But we also got to make sure that we don't go too fast. Okay, so what's our direction of travel here? That's our ascending node. So we should burn descending and retrograde. Or not descending, anti-normal and retrograde. We're going to need to burn a lot more retrograde. No. Retrograde? At the ascending node. This is not behaving the way that it should. This is not behaving the way. All right, let's try this again. Add maneuver. We want it to be at the ascending node, which should be here. And if it's at the ascending node, then we need to burn. No, ascending node is going to be right out there. And if we fire descending and retrograde, why are we escaping? That doesn't make any sense. We shouldn't be escaping. That's for sure. Okay, that should be pretty close. Holy hell, that's a lot of work. Wow, holy... Yeah, Jesus. That is a lot of work. I'm out of Sakura Splash, chat. It's a travesty. A tragedy even. All right. So that's 115 meters per second of delta V. That huge maneuver would cost thousands of meters per second of delta V if we were orbiting the Mun or Kerbin. But because it's Minmus and Minmus is extremely small, we won't have a problem with it at all. It'll be too easy. It'll be too easy. All right. So, oh no. Oh no, chat. We have a problem. Minmus is in the way. Minmus is in the way, and we don't have comms. All right, we have comms again, but we missed our maneuver node. So I think what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to fire at the descending node instead. It's going to be right here. And instead of firing anti-normal, we'll do the same thing, but we're going to fire normal. And we are kind of eyeballing it here, but it should get us close enough that we can it should get us close enough that it won't matter. He dead? I'm not dead. Nobody's dead. Everybody's fine. Nobody's gonna die. We're bringing everybody home this time. This says that it's going to be a 56-second burn, so we need to fire it about 30 seconds before the maneuver node. Let's go ahead and make sure that our engine is active, but at 0 thrust. This engine is tiny. This engine has almost no actual thrust. It's a tiny little engine. It's the little engine that could. There it goes, chat. What is this, an engine for ants? You could elongate to an elliptical orbit and increase your delta 8%. I could, but this rocket has about 5 times as much delta V as it actually needs. So rather than going through the time to do all that, I'm just going to do the less efficient burn and save time. Okay, that looks like it's about as good as it's going to get. We are going to... This is not a very efficient way of doing this, chat, but it's fine. It'll be okay. We got to make sure that we can see Kerbin. That's the most important thing. So if we fire our burn here, and we burn very, very retrograde. No, I want you to keep going. I'm not done with you yet. Retrograde and radial out. That should get us where we need to go. With minimal delta V. Minimal effort. Just got to be careful not to crash into the planet, moon, whatever it's called. All right, our descending node is still -1 degrees, but it's also right at the periaps of the new orbit that we're going for. So if I burn radial in and a little bit prograde. Oh, I'm backwards because I'm in my orbit's backwards. Okay. Radial in, not quite that much prograde. So right about there. I'm just eyeballing it, but it's gonna be, that's the descending node, so we want to burn ascending just a little until those all line up. That looks like it's going to be pretty damn close. It may be off by just a little bit, but I think... Oh, crap. God damn it. I fucked it up. Let's try this again. From the periaps, add a maneuver. Burn. Radial in. Right there. And then just a little bit, just a little tiny bit ascending. Yeah, right there. That'll do. All right, let's go ahead and warp to that maneuver. Be like P did. I don't know. I don't know if I want to. All right, here we go. So this is going to be a nice little 10-second burn. We can speed up. We can time warp a little bit here, just to make it go a little faster. There we go. 24 meters per second. We'll burn in 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1. All right. Now we just got to sit here for 10 seconds. And that'll be mission accomplished. There we go. All right, we got both of our satellite missions finished with a single satellite. I am going to add one more maneuver to this satellite. I'm going to put this thing in a more circular orbit rather than the tundra orbit that it's in. And the reason that I'm going to do that is because that will allow this satellite to act as a communications relay for spacecraft around Minmus. So let's do that. And we have a shitload of fuel left. So like I said, we have about 4 times as much delta V as we needed to complete this mission. So we're in really good shape. Time accelerate just a little bit here. About 5 seconds. That looks pretty good. Periaps is 711 kilometers, and Apoaps is 713 kilometers. So that's pretty close to circular. Close enough for our purposes. It doesn't have to be perfect. Let's go ahead and switch to the other spacecraft and prepare for our moon, our Minmus landing. We want to land on the Greater Flats. We don't have, this particular spacecraft does not have communication, but we have 2 pilots, so it really doesn't matter. So what we want to do first is we want to lower our orbit. So we're going to go ahead and do that. We want to bring our periaps down to about, I don't know, 10 kilometers, 15 kilometers, something like that. Make it 20 kilometers. I think 20 kilometers would be a good altitude, because that gives us a little bit of room to maneuver too. Okay. We'll add another maneuver here to circularize our orbit. (20, 19), close enough. Yeah, I over-engineered this rocket, chat. All that work trying to figure out the delta V, I ended up giving myself like 1,000 extra delta V on this rocket. So, oops. We definitely did not need to do that. We could do a lot of stuff with this spacecraft. So, we're going to end up with way more delta V than we actually needed. And I realized that I might have done that right before I launched it, because I think I calculated for the insertion burn twice, and the escape burn twice, so that would have been about 1,000 extra delta V. So that's close enough. That's close enough. All right, so I don't remember what biomes we can find these things in. Love our over-engineered. Yeah. I'm going to go grab a water bottle. I'll be right back, chat. Right. I have replenished my water source. We just got to pick a landing spot. And I think this is the Greater Flats, which I think is where we can go. But I don't know for sure. So I'm going to go back to the Space Center and double check the mission. And make sure that we're going to land in the right spot. We're space pirates today, chat. All right. Ooh. We'll grab that guy while we're there. Ooh, position of satellite in synchronous orbit of Eve. That could be fun. That could be fun. I don't think we can actually reach Eve yet because I don't think we have a radio antenna that's big enough. But we're gonna accept that mission too. Geostationary network around Kerbin. I don't want to do that one. Position a satellite in a specific orbit of the moon. We'll grab that one. I don't want to do this one yet, though. I don't want to do either of those yet. All right. So green sandstone can be found in the Greater Flats, Lowlands, or Great Flats biomes. So that I was right. We're good there. Contract complete. We got both of those. That's good. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Let's upgrade the R&D facility while we're here. That'll unlock a whole bunch of new science for us. That'll unlock a whole bunch of new science for us. We'll be able to build space planes pretty soon. All right, let's go ahead and... No, I want to decouple. Undock. And then switch to the lander can. I am going to turn... I did not put the RCS thrusters back on this. So the RCS thrusters on this are going to be pretty much useless. Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Let's get orbital retro. We want to land in this area. So let's go ahead and activate our little engine. Deploy landing gear. Can actually time accelerate a little bit because we don't need to worry too much about hitting the ground too hard on Minmus. Right about there ought to do. We've also got tons of Delta V. We've got probably 10 times as much Delta V as we need to land. We do also have to take off and get back to orbit, so we probably have about 3 times as much Delta V as we actually need still. Hit that button right there to make sure that we're not going the wrong way. But yeah, that mod that I'm thinking about adding to the game adds cartographic satellites, so you can take topographic images of the planets, and once you advance it far enough, you can even map out the biome, so you'll know exactly which biome you're in without actually having to be in that biome. So it's definitely worth considering. I just don't want to. I don't want it to feel cheaty, you know? I want it to be... Like, if I add something that makes the game easier, I want to add something that makes it harder, too. Oops, too much. Just a little bit too much. This engine's a little bit too powerful. I didn't expect that. We aren't moving, chat. We aren't moving. We're going up. Why are we going up? We should be going down. We're going the wrong way. Oh, my engine was on. That's why. Oops. Oops, that's embarrassing. That's embarrassing. I didn't break physics. I had my engine burning. I just didn't realize it because it was barely on. Look at that landing. Look how soft that was. Look how soft that was. 0.4 meters per second. All right, so we are on the surface. Let's find... I wonder if there's something in the settings that's messing it up. Because I'm not seeing any sandstone. Let's go to the settings. Nope. All right, Lufrid Kerman is on the surface of Minmus. Let's go ahead and plant the flag. It isn't made of ice cream at all. Incoming. Hi, Jazz. Welcome back. Good to see you again. How you doing tonight? Let's go ahead and take a surface sample. Holy shit, that's worth 90 science. Wow. That's a lot of science. That is a lot of science. All right. Where am I? Let's do an EVA report. Greater Flats. There's supposed to be sandstone in the Greater Flats. There's supposed to be sandstone in the Greater Flats. Let's go for a walk and see if we can find it. I don't see anything. Look at that. Isn't that cool? Little landing craft with the flag next to it. Slow down just a little bit. I don't know where. I don't see any sandstone. Raiders, welcome in. How is everybody doing tonight? Thanks for dropping by. Hi. Thank you for the raid, Jazz. Wow. Hi. Hi, Raiders. I am, for those of you who don't know me, I am Doc Scalawag. I am a Pirate Lord VTuber. Occult, thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Welcome in and welcome aboard. Oh, I had a little bit of a tumble there. I am a variety streamer. Tonight we are playing Kerbal Space Program. It is a little bit of an older game, but still great. It is a physics simulator, space exploration simulator, with a kind of a little cute twist to it. So we're just hanging out, we're having fun, we are exploring distant worlds. Raiders, if you've got a raid and run, I completely understand. I thank you so much for dropping by. Go get some food, get something to drink, get some rest, whatever you got to do. If you do decide to stick around, make yourself comfortable. I hope you have a good time. And Jazz, thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. It is great to see you again. How are you doing? How was your stream? What'd you guys play? Honkai Star Rail. How was Honkai Star Rail? I'm looking for green sandstone right now, but I'm worried that... Oh, there's my spaceship. I'm worried that something in the settings is preventing it from spawning in. Hold on. I'm worried that something in the settings is preventing it from spawning in. I'm going to do a quick Google search and see if this is a recurring problem for people. Okay, so it looks like the problem with the reason that we're not able to find green sandstone is because it is incredibly difficult to find. It is very, very small, and it will spawn probably about a kilometer away from your landing site, and it is tiny. So it's going to be really hard to find. But we're going to try to find it anyway. So let's go for a little spacewalk. Chat wouldn't let you get a muffin. That's messed up, chat. Why wouldn't you let her get a muffin? Everybody should get a muffin every now and then. So we're going to zip over this way. They said it's really hard to find. So just keep looking. There is a cheat that will highlight it for you. But I don't want to do that. How far away are we from the ship? We're only 300 meters away from the ship. So we need to travel about a kilometer away from the ship and then just walk around until we find it. They said it's a royal pain, is what the forums are all saying, because it's so tiny. But I think we can find it. I just need to make sure that I don't use all my RCS propellant. Yeah, we're a half a kilometer away, so we need to travel about a kilometer away from the ship before we even start looking. Get yourself a bacon cheeseburger. I had a bacon cheeseburger from Sonic the other day, and I immediately regretted it. My guts just can't handle that shit anymore. It's been so long since I had a fast food cheeseburger that the grease and stuff just made me want to die. I also don't have a gallbladder, so oily foods kind of ruin my day anyway. That looks like it. That looks like it might be it, chat. It looks exactly like it. All right. Good deal. So we found some green sandstone. It's not that small. Well, let me let's turn RCS off. It won't let me grab it. It's not a terrain scatter, but it won't let me grab it. Maybe it's too big. That's actually not it. That's actually not it. That's just a terrain scatter. It's way too big. The one we're looking for is significantly smaller than a Kerbal. So that looks like it, though. That's gotta be it. It's gotta be it. Okay. So everybody's suggesting using cheats, but I don't particularly want to do that. So we're just going to walk around a little bit. Um I'm going to pop back up in the sky for just a second because I potentially saw another yeah, no gallbladder. I had a cholecystectomy back in 2019, so I haven't had a gallbladder for quite a while. So gallbladder doesn't really do anything. It is essentially it's for storing bile, which is produced by your liver. And so you can live without it without any problem. The issue is without the extra bile from your gallbladder, your body has a hard time breaking down lipids. Um, and so fatty foods you don't have as it will affect your tolerance for fatty food. Um, okay, let's see here. So anything fatty or greasy tends to not sit very well with me. I think I might turn on the rock finder, chat. What do you guys think? Would it be all right? Should I turn on the rock finder and just fucking see if we can find one, or should we actually look around? Because these guys are saying that they're looking around for 30, 45 minutes before they're finding this stuff. And I don't want to spend 30 or 45 minutes of stream time trying to find a rock. All right, so let's see here. It's Control Alt F12. Control Alt F12. And then it's under breaking ground. Surface features. And then turn on the surface feature. Highlight surface features. There we go. All right. We're going to use our advanced technology to find the surface features. And it doesn't look like... I don't want to use up all of my RCS. Because we have to get back to the ship too, and I don't want to spend the whole freaking night walking back to the ship. But it looks like there's one relatively close by, so we'll go check that out. I see no cheating happening. It's not a cheat code. It's not a cheat. It's a debug. Right? Right? Oh, look, there it is right there. There it is right there, chat. All right. See, but it doesn't let me pick it up. Oh, pick up green sandstone. There we go. So that was green sandstone. Green sandstone analysis. Kerbal scientists are curious about how Minmus managed to have salt flats despite its low gravity and lack of atmosphere. These old rocks provide numerous clues. Also, they kind of look like sprinkles, right? All right, we got it. We got the rock. All right, so let's go ahead and turn that back off so that those little arrows don't drive me nuts. There are also other features on the surfaces of these planets that are incredibly hard to find. They're unique features. They're on the Mun, for instance. They added a memorial to Neil Armstrong, which is really cool. It's got it's a giant statue of the Apollo 11 landing site with Neil Armstrong's name and his date of birth and the date that he passed away etched on the side of it, and it's really freaking cool. But it's also really hard to find. Now, if I add this mod that maps out the surface, it will find surface structures as well. So it would give us the opportunity to go explore those, which would be a lot of fun. So I might actually add the mod because I think that it would improve the content of this game. So we might add that mod, or I might make a poll, either here or in the Discord. Oops, I tripped. About doing that, because it would give us some pretty cool stuff to go look at. And that's just one example. There's a whole bunch of Easter eggs and things like that that are added to that you can find. I'm pretty sure the Stargate is on Kerbal somewhere too. I'm pretty sure. All right. Oh, crap. I jumped way too high. All right. I didn't put a ladder on this, so we kind of got to jump up to get to the spaceship. All right, let's make sure that we don't have any more missions to do here. Green sandstone, we've got that. Explore Kerbin, we can't do that one yet. We planted the flag. We've got science data. Can we get anything out of these? We can get a little bit of science out of that one. So we'll go ahead and grab that. Can we do a crew report? Nope, there's nothing in the crew report. What about a barometer scan? Nothing from the barometer scan. Nothing from the temperature scan. We've already been to this biome, so that's not really surprising. All right, so the next thing we got to do, we got to set this guy as our target, and we need to rendezvous with this spacecraft. So we want to wait until he's right around over here, and then we can fly up and we can meet with him. So let's go ahead and advance time, let him complete about half an orbit, and then we'll be ready to go home. We will be ready to begin the journey home. And I was going to crash this lander can into the surface of Minmus, but I think I'm going to crash it into the surface of Kerbin instead. Um, so we have plenty of Delta V, so I don't need to worry about any of that. So let's go ahead and um, I think we might be too far ahead of it. I think we might be too far ahead of it. We might want to wait for it to get a little bit closer. Right about there. All right, and we don't want to set to target. We want to set to orbit, and we want to travel to the east. So let's... Oh, wrong way. Okay, that's going to have us pass within 700 meters of... relative speed. Okay. Relative speed of 81 meters per second. So that's what we want to do. We want to warp over there. Relative speed is 83 meters per second. Let's switch to target. And let's stop. Okay, right about there. That's going to get us within 100 meters of the target. Wow. Wow. We got really close. Okay, we need to stop. We need to stop. So let's slow her down. Okay, perfect. All right. I'm gonna go ahead and bring us to the daylight side of the planet so that we can see what we're doing here. Actually, let's do that. Then let's switch. Nope, we're good. We're good. All right, and then if I turn that off. That's not gonna work. Okay. I need to stop. And then point, nope. Point directly at that ship. Point you directly at that ship. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. Now the rockets are gonna kiss. Or, you know, do the other thing if you're a little more sussy. Boom. Docking procedure is complete. Let's go ahead and I would just transfer the crew through the crew hatch, but we have some experiments down here that we want to grab, and we may want to do some more collect data, take data. Actually, I want to check something real quick. I didn't think so. We might be able to get a little bit more mystery goo. All right. Wrong one. Collect data. Take data. And then we want to let go. Turn our RCS back on. And get back in this other pod. Okay. And since we do have a lot of surplus Delta V, disable crossfeed. So crossfeed is enabled. Okay, that's fine. I don't think I can do it. Remember how to transfer fuel. I don't even know if I can transfer fuel. It doesn't matter. It doesn't make any difference. All right, so we need to go this way. So let's add a maneuver here. Fire that way. Oh, no. Wrong spot. We need to fire it over here. Like that. Right about there. The perfect love story, chat. The perfect love story. Look at them. Ain't they cute? All right, so we need to make sure that we turn this engine off. Otherwise, it's going to be pushing against us while we try to execute this maneuver. And then we just warp to the next maneuver. And that's that. That's that. This mission is almost finished. Princess Bride is indeed the perfect love story. That was such a good movie. Most quotable movie of all time, arguably. All right, here we go. About 5 seconds. All right. So we have a return trajectory that will end us up back at Kerbin. We are going to adjust a little bit when we get closer because we do have the lander can attached and we want to get rid of that. And then we also, but we'll deal with that here in a little bit. So, and I don't know that we'll slow down enough at our current trajectory to not crash into the planet. So we do want to adjust for that a little bit as well. But for now, let's go ahead and get the heck out of here. All right, let's warp to about here. That's 4 days away. All right. Let's go ahead and ditch this lander can and let it crash into the surface. And then we need to add a maneuver here where we burn radial out and retrograde. So we want to burn retrograde, radial out, retrograde, radial out, retrograde. We have a lot of delta V, a lot. So we don't have to worry about any of that. To about there. That will do it for us. That'll get us down to 27 kilometers, which is more than enough to get us stopped in the atmosphere. So that node's in 3 minutes. It's a 1 and 30-second burn. So we can get a lot closer to it. Morning. Morning, Manny. Welcome in. How you doing? Good to see you again. Are you terraforming? No, we're not. We're not terraforming. We're just exploring. So, oh, I overshot. I overshot. That's okay. It's not a precise maneuver, and we have a lot of extra delta V, so it'll be fine. As long as I don't crash into the planet, we'll be fine. So, let's see here. We are going to... Yeah, we're good. We're good. This is good. We should be able to get... hopefully get stopped. I don't know. This is starting to look concerning because it's not... our periaps isn't raising fast enough. And I'm a little bit worried that we're going to crash into the surface. We're still a long ways off, though. We're still a long ways off, so we should be fine. May need to make some adjustments, but as long as we get that periaps up to about above 20 kilometers, we should be fine. And it looks like we will do that, so it's all good. Let's see here. Oh, that's not right. We need to pull up more. We're still way too shallow. There we go. That ought to do it. All right. So now we're going to time warp because nobody wants to wait 3 or 4 hours of real time for us to get back to the planet's surface or get back to the atmosphere, and then we'll we'll be able to ditch this thing. We'll be able to ditch this insertion stage, and we should be good to go. Or transfer stage. Is it the transfer stage? Yeah, it'd be the transfer stage. All right, right about there. Unfortunately, we are going to be going home in the dark, but what else is new? There we go. Get us oriented in a roughly retrograde orientation. We are back in the atmosphere. We are going home, chat. As long as I don't forget to deploy the parachutes, we're going home. If I forget to deploy the parachutes, we're going home a whole lot faster. All right. Camera's doing that weird little thing that when it transfers from an orbital to a suborbital trajectory, so that's a good sign. Means that we've slowed down enough to almost get us home. What doesn't look good? We are burning up our ablator pretty quickly. But we still have more than half of it left, so we should be fine. We should be fine. Yeah, we're almost parallel, but we are also slowing down pretty rapidly, so we're well below orbital velocity for this altitude. So it's not there's no reason to be concerned about that. We're going home. It's going to be dark. That I am concerned about. These are mountains, chat. And spaceships rolling down mountains generally don't fare well. And we are heading right for them. Although I think we're going to be short. I think we're going to end up falling in the lowlands down here. I had enough Delta V. I probably could have planned my landing better, but that's okay. Deploy your chute correctly. Yeah, we will. We will. I'm keeping an eye on it. We could actually deploy it now. Might as well. I'd say we did pretty well. We used 80% of our ablator. So we didn't pack a whole lot. We didn't pack any extra, actually, because you can only do the ablators in increments of 20. So our ablator was pretty much perfect. Other than not packing enough RCS propellant, we did fine. That almost ended our mission very, very quickly because I wasn't able to dock with the landing can. But it turned out fine. It turned out just fine. Not a worry, not a care. We did get really close to smashing into these cliffs, though. Holy crap. That is way too close. But other than that tiny little detail, then this mission went exceedingly well. Our launch profile was almost perfect. It was a little bit shallow, not quite aggressive enough, but in the end, it didn't matter. We got a bunch of missions completed, bunch of contracts completed. Confirm a flag has been planted on Minmus. I knew that already. Let's ditch the heat shield. And then we can accelerate down to the ground. Most of the way to the ground. I still don't trust physics acceleration to not blow you up if you hit the ground while you're in physics acceleration. But they did supposedly fix it. But I've been playing Kerbal Space Program since a long time before they fixed it, and it's just a habit. It's like, I don't trust the physics acceleration to not blow my ship up when it lands. So we will slow down before we touch the ground. Where are we? Are we in the Badlands? If this is the Badlands, that'd be pretty sweet. Good crew report. Badlands, nice. That's cool. That's exciting. All right, well, in that case, we're going to EVA. We're going to let go. Take the data. Walk over here. We'll do an EVA report. That data. Take the helmet off. Why not? Take a surface sample. Keep that data. That's all we can do. That's all we can do. Other than we can do another crew report. Because we don't have any experiments on the capsule. But that's okay. And then we'll recover. That'll give us an extra 5 or 6 science. So, and we just upgraded the R&D facility, which means we have a bunch of new tech at our disposal. So, I'm not going to lie, chat. This is one of my best hardcore playthroughs that I've done of this game so far. I mean, yeah, we killed Valentina and we killed Jebediah, like, right off the bat. But other than that, this has been one of the best hardcore playthroughs that I've played so far. We're advancing very, very quickly. I mean, like technologically advancing very quickly. Let's see here. That's already level 2. Oh yeah, I spent all my money. I forgot about that. Okay. We did complete a couple of missions, so let's go ahead and green sandstone recovered. Experimental data from space around Minmus. Perfect. We've got 684 science, so let's take a look at what we can unlock with that. Supersonic flight. This is going to open the door for space planes, which would be a lot of fun, to be honest with you. Like, space planes would be very, very cool. But I think what we need right now is specialized construction, because that's going to give us access to the big 2.5 meter rocket parts. Not that we really need them. Actuators are going to be a lot of fun too. That'll let us grab asteroids and shit and bring them back home. Specialized control. Monopropellant tank. Yeah, we don't need that. Command modules. I don't think we need that stuff just yet. EVA fuel cylinders, cargo storage, mobile processing lab. This will be a big one when we start doing space stations and shit. So that'll be good. What do we need? Well, I think the first thing that we're going to need precision engineering, because that's going to give us a stronger relay antenna, which will let us start doing exoplanetary missions. So we're going to go ahead and grab this one. We're going to go ahead and grab advanced electronics, because that's going to give us deployable photovoltaic panels. And I think we have enough for 2 more. So we're going to grab heavier rocketry and is it specialized construction? Probably ought to grab advanced fuel systems, to be honest with you. Because we don't need this stuff yet. But that'll give us the bigger fuel tanks. 2.5 to 1.25. I don't want 2.5 to 125. I want 2.5 to 1.8. Where's 2.5 to 1.8? Thoroughbred, solid fuel booster, the Skiff, the Cheetah, the Kodiak. These are all really good. These are all really good. So yeah, we definitely needed that one. I'm kind of thinking advanced fuel systems is the one we want to go with. Because I'm not seeing the adapter that I want. Because the adapter that I want is an adapter to connect 2.5 meter rocket parts to the 1.2 meter, or the one, not the 1.2, the 2.5 meter rocket parts, and I'm not seeing that anywhere. Oh, turbo shaft engine for building helicopters. This is the one. We want this. We want these. We definitely want those. All right. And then we've got the monsters over here. These guys are fun. Okay. This should be fine. We're not even going to need all this really big stuff for our Eve mission coming up. So, yeah, that's no problem. Let's go to mission control. Surface outpost. Satellites. No, I don't want to do any of those. I want to do this one. I was hoping for a rescue mission, but I don't see one. Okay. Take that one. I was really hoping to be able to do this, one. In order to do this one, though, I think we're going to have to do a special mission. So, the original plan, chat, for the Apollo missions, one of the first ideas that they came up with before they came up with the integrated landing pod and reconfiguring the entire spacecraft on the way to the moon, they were originally going to launch 2 separate spacecraft. Okay, the first one was going to be an unmanned spacecraft that they would park in orbit of the Earth with the lander can on it. And then they were going to fly a crewed spacecraft out to that rocket, rendezvous with it, transfer to the landing can, and then go to the moon and then come back. So that was the original plan. So we're going to do something like that because we do have a mission to perform the crew transfer in orbit of Kerbin. So we're going to do something very similar to that with this next mission. We also have a mission to launch a couple of satellites in orbit of the Mun. So we're going to do this one. We're going to get the Mun Stone. We're going to bring that back with us. We're going to transfer crew between vessels near Kerbin. We are going to transmit and recover scientific data from... Hi, Hanako. Welcome back. It's good to see you. I hope you had a good nap. We're going to position a satellite in a specific orbit of the Mun, and then we're going to reposition that same satellite in a specific orbit of the Mun. So we're going to do all of that with essentially 2 missions. The first one is going to be an uncrewed mission, where we're going to park the lander that is going to be landing on the Mun in orbit of Earth. Hanako, thank you for your 6 months. Thank you so much. Happy 6 months. And thank you for the resub. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. And I love you. I hope you're having a good night. So let's do that one first. This rocket is going to need... Actually... Yeah, we're going to do this one first. We're going to put that right there. And let's see here. We got some new toys to play with. So we're gonna play with them. We got so many new toys to play with, chat. We have so many new toys to play with. Did I get the donut yet? I did not get the donut yet. That's sad. I want the donut. I like the donut. Alright. Let's see what kind of thrust to weight ratio we have on the mine. 4.6. That's plenty. That's plenty. And we've got 1,600 meters per second of delta V. Is that enough? It's gonna take us 1,200, 1,500. Probably not quite enough. Let's go ahead and throw a little bit more fuel on there. Let's go with 2 of these guys. And that's going to give us 2,200 meters per second of delta V. Because I am notoriously bad about crashing into the surface of the Mun, we're going to be very, very cautious with this guy. We're going to be very, very cautious with this guy. So this is going to be our Mun lander. And we're going to, hold on. I got a couple of, oh crap. I accidentally clicked out of the game. Hang on just a second. Nope, that's not what I meant. That's what I meant. There we go. We're back in the game. All right, so we're going to throw this on top. And we're going to throw some reaction control thrusters on the spacecraft, like so. And then we've also going to throw some ladders on here, like so. And we might also consider throwing a battery on here. We probably don't need anywhere near that much electricity, though. Something like that. And that's going to give us 2,000 meters per second of delta V with a thrust to weight ratio of 3.5. We should be golden with that. So this will be our lander. It's got lots of science experiments on it and such, so we should be looking really good with that. It doesn't have a whole lot of monopropellant, but we shouldn't need it because it's not going to be, this is not the part that's going to be doing the maneuvering. I do need a Clampotron Junior docking port right there so that we can dock with the yeah, so we can dock with the new ship. And this one's going to be really simple because it needs communications. It needs communications. Let's throw an antenna on here. We only need one. And I want to angle it a little bit. There you go. Just like that. Nope. just like that. That way it won't interfere with the spacecraft. And that should do it. That should be us. So this is going to be our lander. I'm going to save it as lander. Oops. Lander 2. Save. Okay. And then we're going to need to put a rocket under this bad boy. So let's go couplers. T12 like that. Ooh, I don't like that. I don't like that at all. Let's do this. And then payload. Just like that. And then we just need to get it into orbit. And it only needs to be able to make orbit, so we can probably put a pretty small stage down here. $661 meters per second. That's no, we're not going to be at the Mun. This is going to be at Kerbin. In vacuum, 661 meters per second. It means we need 2,800 meters per second still. That's not going to be quite enough. So let's go one tank bigger. This guy, like so. Also, I want to do that. No, I don't want to do that. I want to. And that's got 1,100 meters per second. So we would only need 2,300 meters per second on the lower stages. I don't think that's going to be enough, chat. I don't think that's going to be enough. All right, let's go with the even bigger one. Let's go with the even bigger one. I'm trying not to make this thing cost too much, you know? I mean, it's going to be expensive anyway, but I'm trying not to make it cost too much. This guy can be medium short. And then we need more fuel tanks. And we're probably going to want this one. This is that new, bigger fuel tank that we just unlocked. What is this? Oh, that's the biggest fuel tank for the 2.5, for the 1.5 meter, or 1.25 meter pieces. We did get some new 2.5 meter. Ooh, actually, we did get some new 2.5. $355 as opposed to what's yours? 345. So that would actually be better. We're gonna take this whole thing off. What are you? Skiff? You're a 2.5 meter variant, right? Yeah, you're kind of a middle stage, and then the Poodle is the big one. All right, so let's put this guy on there instead. That's going to give us almost 2,000 meters per second, which would mean we'd only need 1,400 on the next stage. Coupling 1.8. Then we stick that underneath. And we'll probably use these guys again. Sea level. This would actually get there. This would actually do it, just like this. It's not quite beefy enough, so I'm gonna add just a little tiny bit more fuel to it. But yeah, this will get us there. And then I'm gonna also add some control surfaces, but I don't need those. Let's use the smaller ones. We probably don't need them, but we're gonna use them anyway. And then these guys right here. All right, so this is gonna be let's go ahead and put this guy, park this guy in orbit. Have you ever built a big ass rocket just for the heck of it? I have built some pretty massive rockets in this game. I have built some pretty massive rockets, and we will build some pretty massive rockets once we unlock the technology to build super massive rockets. But we're not there yet. We're not there yet. So this rocket is going to be pretty simple. We're going to park it in orbit, and that's it. And we're just going to wait. We're going to park it in orbit, and we're just going to wait. So, all right, we're going to go ahead and launch it in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ignition. Power is clear. We're going to begin our gravity turn. This is a nice, powerful, short rocket. So the gravity turn can be pretty aggressive. Oh shit, there's a Kerbal in here. There's not supposed to be a Kerbal in here. Son of a bitch. Damn it. There wasn't supposed to be a Kerbal in here, chat. We have a stowaway. We have a stowaway. You can't see her, but here, I'll disappear for a second. We have a stowaway, chat. Luford Kerman snuck aboard our rocket. Alright, once again, our gravity turn is way too shallow, so we're going to slow down. I'm actually going to try to pull our trajectory closer to true 90 degrees. Another thing about Kerbal Space Program that makes this game much, much, much easier than real life is the fact that the Kerbal Space Center is located on the equator. So 57K. All right, let's go ahead and fire this guy and get rid of that guy. Which makes getting to orbit significantly easier than it would from, say, Cape Canaveral. Because Cape Canaveral is still significantly north of the equator, so... We can use all of the fuel in this stage. We do not need this stage at all. Matter of fact, what I might do... I did not put photovoltaic panels on this, which is probably going to be an issue. But we have a lot of batteries on here, so it should be fine. What I'm probably going to do is I'm probably not going to go fully into orbit with this piece. I'm going to get close. And I'm going to use a little bit of my Delta V. Got plenty of Delta V. Let's go ahead and up just a little. Maybe just a little bit shy of orbit. That way we can just drop this thing back down into the atmosphere. All right, I don't want to do that though. Okay. That is a pretty good orbit. So we're just going to chill out here. We still have almost 2,000 meters per second of delta V on this spacecraft, which is more than enough for what we need it to do. So we're just going to leave this guy in orbit for now, and we're going to build another rocket to come rendezvous with it. So back to the Space Center. Okay. All right. So for this one, we're going to build the satellite first. We're going to use this new probe body that we just got for the satellite. And we're going to use this fuel tank again. We're going to use this battery again. We're going to use these photovoltaic panels. I'd like to use this new relay antenna, but I don't know if it's a good idea. We're only going to the Mun, so let's just use these again, like that. Then we need an engine. We'll use this guy again because he seems to work pretty well for satellites. I think that'll work. All right, and then what do we need to put on this thing? A mystery goo. Okay. And again, we're actually gonna put 2 mystery goos on here so that it's nice and balanced. I'm gonna move these guys down just a little. Right about there is good. And then that's Eve. We're not going to Eve. Mystery goo, a thermometer, and a science junior. So we need to put another science junior on here like that. And I think if we're going to do that, we're going to put these guys on the science junior. And then we need a thermometer. So we'll put 2 thermometers on that. And that'll be us. That'll be our satellite. We need to put a decoupler. Ooh, we got it. We got the decoupler. Put this guy on there. We do have a battery. We don't have RCS, but we don't really need it for this satellite, so it'll be fine. All right, that should work. And then we need a decoupler down here as well. Okay, that looks good. And how big of a rocket is this gonna be? We can probably get away with this guy. But first we need to put the command module on. So let's put the command module on it. Let's start with, we're gonna use this pod. And we're gonna make that the root. All right, and this isn't going to need very much delta V at all because all it has to do is get back from the mud. So this one's only really going to need about 300 to 500 meters per second of delta V. 50% done with the 56% done with the root. Good job. Stick with it. You're doing great. T18 decoupler. No, we need an ablator. We definitely need an ablator. So let's go with the ablator. Put the decoupler underneath it. We probably only need 50. We'll go ahead and go with 100 anyway. Coupling, we are gonna want that. And we are going to want parachutes. So let's find some parachutes. We use those same parachutes that we used last time. Electrical. Yeah, let's throw electrical on here like this. And let's throw these little thrusters on there like that. Okay. Then we can throw one of these on like so. One of those on like so. That gives us 1,000 meters per second of delta V, but that's not with... Actually, doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's still plenty. It's still plenty. Because we're not going to be doing anything with the lander can attached. So that's plenty of delta V. That's actually a little bit hotter than what we need. So we could actually save some delta. We could actually save quite a bit of. We only need about half of that. So how much fuel does this have? 99, 45. What about... Get on there. What if we go like this? 588. And then we would also need... Actually, that's probably not going to be enough. Next one is 90, so we might as well go with this. We can go like that. We can go like that, but we need an engine plate instead of a regular decoupler. So like that. And then medium short. There we go. I kind of dig it. I kind of dig it. Just like that. And then build this fairing straight up there like that. And we could even, what we could do is we could take these guys and stick these on the engine plate itself. What if we turn snap off, toggle snap off? There we go. That looks a lot better. I like it. I like it, Chad. It looks good. Alright, how much delta V does this stage have? Let's reroute to this part real quick. $840. That should be more than sufficient. Should be more than sufficient. All right, so there is the main body of our rocket. It looks pretty good. It needs to have enough delta V to get to Mun. So this should get us there. Is that right? No. That up there. 2,700 meters per second. 1,200 there. 4,600 meters per second. Means I need 1,900 meters per second on the bottom stage. All right. Coupling E18. Let's go with two of those. Up just a little bit. Engines, we've got some new toys to play with. So let's check. We can try this Kodiak. Oh no, that's too small. That's gonna be. We've got this twin bore. Oh no, that's a big boy. That's a big boy. We don't want that one. Well, let's see what we get with this. Let's see what we get with this. 1,800. We need 19, so that's not quite enough. But what's our thrust to weight ratio? 1. Yeah, that rocket engine is not going to be big enough. That's not going to do it. So we've got the mainsail, which is a ridiculous engine, by the way, chat. I mean, look at that thing. That's freaking ridiculous. We've got this guy. I don't really like that one either. I think what we'll do is we'll go with this guy. And then we'll beef it up a little bit with some radial SRBs. Because radial SRBs are fun. Radial SRBs are fun. They make a lot of smoke and fire and shit. So, and we got some big ones to play with. We got this thoroughbred here. Look at this guy. Like, what the fuck? That one's gonna put us over our weight limit because these are huge. But all right, what about these kickbacks? What about these kickbacks? These kickbacks will probably do it for us. Yeah. We can throw some kickbacks on it. That'll be fun, right? All right, let's throw some nose cones on these kickbacks. And do we have separatrons? We do not have separatrons, so we got to be careful with these not to let them not to let them no, I don't want to. I just want. There we go. Not to let them crash into our rocket on the way out, on the way up. But yeah, this rocket should get us there, no problems. So let's take a look at our. So our initial thrust to weight ratio is 2.1, so that's plenty. That's absolutely plenty. And then we will have these fire, and actually I want, hold on. This doesn't look right. First of all, let's get you out of my way. This should be showing us something for Delta V, because we have these big fuel tanks here. This doesn't make any sense. $63 seconds and okay, that makes sense. So that's going to give us at sea level 1,600 meters per second, plus that's 2,600 meters per second on these two stages here, and then in vacuum that's another 2,600. So that's way more Delta V than we need, actually. Way more Delta V than we need. But that's good because we also have to calculate for the landing can, which in order to do that, we'll have to take this off. This is not the right spot. Let's put that up there for now. So let's open, save and continue. Lander 2 merge. We stick that guy right there. We've got 2,000 meters per second of Delta V, which gives us 4,600 exactly, which is how much we need. So that should be good. That should be good. We're going to get rid of you. We're going to throw you back on there. What's our thrust to weights looking like? Oh, now my staging is all buggered again. All right. This guy fires, and this guy fires. These fire, and these fire at the same time. This fires, this fires. We'll have this fire with that. Okay. We don't want this to fire until the very end. Where is you at? You is right there. So we'll add you down here. Okay, so you fire. Ghost, welcome back, and it's good to see you. I'm glad you made it back. I'm still amazed those. I know, right? And the bolts that they use are actually explosive, which is wild. All right, these got disconnected, so let's go ahead and reattach those. Okay. That can fire. And then after that fires, we can have that. No. That'll fire. Then we want this to fire. So this guy fires, this guy fires, that guy fires. That guy fires. What is that? Why is there a little tiny separator up here? Get out of there. Okay. That guy fires. That guy fires. That guy fires. Okay, so these three all fire at the same time. These will fire. That. Those can fire at the same time. Then that. Then that. Then that. Then that. Then that. Then those. Okay, so this is our rocket. I just got to rebuild the fairing because my fairing got deleted because I rearranged stuff. So let's go ahead and rebuild the fairing. There we go. All right, then we can paint the sucker. Hey, look, there we go, ESA. You can paint it with the ESA logos. That's really cool. All right, let's go with you. All right. Let's get some landing clamps on here. At least 2. Like so. And there we go. This is actually very similar to the SLS that has been canceled by NASA like 4 times already. So the SLS is a new rocket that NASA is developing to be able to fly to the moon. I have my laptop hooked up to my so I can see Big Doc. Essentially what it is they've taken the engines from the space shuttle and stuck them on a non-reusable rocket. These big SRBs are similar to what the space shuttle would have used. And while we're using the Titan engine here, they were actually using the space shuttle thrusters because the space shuttle thrusters are very, very powerful. And it would be the first rocket since the 60s and 70s that would have been capable of drink water, beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat. Uh-oh, my water's empty again. My bladder is full. I might have to take a bathroom break. But that's essentially the plan for the SLS. And this rocket is similar to that. It's obviously much, much smaller, but the concept is the same. So this is going to be Moonshot 8. Save it. This time, yes, overwrite. This time, we do not want to bring 2 Kerbals with us. We want to bring 1. So Daphis Kerman is going to be flying this one. She's going to go up and rendezvous with the other vessel. We're going to transfer the crew. That will accommodate our exploration mission here. And then we're going to land on the Mun. We're going to grab some Munstone. We're going to grab some science data. We're going to grab these satellite missions here. And it's Thursday. I do not work tomorrow. So I am off. Let's go ahead and fly this mission. Hang on a second. I'm missing something. Yeah, let's go ahead and fly this mission. Thank you for the posture check. Before we fly this mission, chat, I am going to take a very quick bathroom break. So give me just a minute here. All right. I am back. Where's my mic? Is my mic? Okay, we're good. We're looking good. All right, so we've got our crew. We've got our mission. We've got photovoltaic panels. Got extra electricity. I think we're ready to go, chat. I think we're ready to go. When did you get the Stinger? I got it about a week ago. I just got it installed today. So it is brand new, and the timing is a little bit off on it, so I need to tweak it a little bit. But yeah, it's brand new. This is the first stream that I've used it for. It was supposed to be for the debut, but the artist that was working on it ended up getting really sick, and it got delayed by a couple weeks. So that's the way it goes sometimes. All right. Let's go ahead and fly this rocket. This will probably be the last operation for the night. These operations are getting to where they take longer and longer. So, but next week, when we play this game again, we will probably be going to another planet for the first time. So that is exciting. Before we take off, we need to set this as our target. And what is this? Staputnik 1. Staputnik 1 is still orbiting. That's funny. We're gonna wait for them to be right around the desert biome. About a quarter of an orbit, a little bit less than a quarter of an orbit. Right about there. That ought to do nicely. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get our engine throttled up, and we are gonna take off in 5, 4, 3. I told you that I got a Stinger. I showed it to you. 2, 1, ignition. Liftoff. Tower is clear. Beginning gravity turn. All right. My gravity turn's a little shallow again, but I'm losing some of my stability when I try to turn, so we'll just throttle down and hope that the rocket falls over. These SRBs are kind of tricky because you can't throttle them down. When you light them, they go until they run out. You can't turn them off. You can't throttle them down. They just go. But they're also extremely cheap and extremely powerful. So, it's this for that. Clear, clear, clear. We're clear. Okay, good. All right, we're gonna keep the throttle down a little bit and try to bring our velocity vector a little bit closer to the horizon here, because we're not looking too hot. We're way too aggressive. Yeah, so we need to flatten out significantly. Significantly. Because we're not going for an orbit right off the bat. We're going for a rendezvous. So it's going to be a little bit tricky. Yeah, I completely missed my rendezvous. I completely missed my rendezvous because my gravity turn was not aggressive enough. But it's okay. It'll be alright. We just need to make sure that we make orbit. As long as we make orbit, it'll be fine. Alright, let's get ready to separate this stage. I'm ending. No, I'm not ending stream. No, I'm not ending stream. Not yet. What do you mean when? We got, I don't know, half an hour or so left of stream time. I mean, I could go longer. I don't have to work tomorrow, so I could stream for another 3 hours, 2.5, 3 hours. 2 hours more. I mean, I normally stream for 6 hours on the days that I don't work, so I don't have a problem doing that tonight. Like that's par for the course. And there's a redeem that you can extend the stream by an hour using your channel points. So how are you broke? What did you use your channel points on? Nobody has redeemed anything in quite a long time. Nobody has redeemed anything in quite a long time. Not quite far enough yet. Let's get that up above 70. All right. All right, we need to burn prograde a little bit further. But we're going to do it here. Yeah, we still got plenty of Delta V, so we should be fine. The problem that we're running into is that satellite is kind of flimsy. I got my Docky! You guys like her? You guys like her? She's pretty fucking cute, huh? She's pretty fucking cute. You know, I was watching some of Luu's VODs the other day on accident. Like I was watching her stream and then her stream ended and I ended up in her VOD channel somehow. And she was using her old model, which is Hanako's current model. Cthulhu, wow, Cthulhu is the one that Hanako that I adopted this model from for Hanako. She used to use it for streams, and it was really weird seeing her streams using Hana's model. Let's see here. That's 12.8 kilometers of separation. I overshot a little bit. So, but this model has a mascot, chat. Not my model, Hanako's model has a mascot. And that mascot is a cockroach. And so Hanako and I were talking about it when I first got her the model. This was way before the debut, way before. This was months ago when we first started planning the debut. And yeah, it's a cockroach. And so she's got like an emote of this model laying down as a chibi, obviously, laying down, and how's she doing health wise? Oh, Shy Lily. Okay. Um, I don't know anything. I haven't kept up with Shy Lily at all. I know she had surgery or something here, a major surgery or something like that fairly recently. But we were talking about this cockroach, and we were talking about what to name it. And we ultimately decided on the name Kakimakura. And so she has a cockroach named Kakimakura. All right, we are going to attempt a rendezvous with this vessel, but I completely missed the rendezvous. So I don't know how this is going to turn out. As it stands, we're going to overshoot by several kilometers. So I got to make sure that we stay above 70 kilometers, but I would like to get this a whole lot closer. Nope, too far. Okay. All right, my periaps is still above 70 kilometers. That is going to get us there. But yeah, that'll get us there. Let's warp here. This is taking a painfully long time because I missed my rendezvous the first time around. We have to do it the hard way. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We should be relatively close to the lander now. Let's see if we can see it. I need more emote slots. Don't we all? Actually, I have quite a few subscriber only emote slots left. We're kind of wobbly. I didn't bolt down the satellite, which I probably should have done. I also don't think that I put RCS fuel in this thing. Or RCS thrusters, which is going to make this really difficult. Not impossible, but difficult. Let's go ahead and extend these antennas and extend these solar panels. Where are you? There you are. Okay. Let's go ahead and shut this engine down. Set the mun as the target. We're going to be executing that maneuver very, very soon. So let's go ahead and set that up. Actually going to end up going backwards. Which is fine. Gonna be nice and far away for the sake of maneuvering. Okay. All right, let's get set up for our maneuver. But before we do that, transfer crew, and that should complete our mission. Cool. All right, excellent. So that's done. At about 20 seconds, we'll fire this maneuver. Need me a cockroach toggle. I need a cockroach toggle. All right, we'll fire this maneuver in about 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, fire. Hey, I've got eyeballs, chat. I've got eyeballs. And my emotional support Gengar. I thought I got another water, but I get. Oh no, I didn't. I got a. Okay, I got my water. Okay. Bingo. That's better. Okay, let's see where we end up. All right, so I have changed my mind a little bit about how I want to do this. We're going to add another maneuver right about here. And we're going to fire a little bit retrograde. A little bit. Might have been a bit much. I think right about there will do. I think right about there will do. Perfect. All right. I want to adjust my plane. And the reason that I want to do it this way is because I'm concerned about getting into orbit with the command module because we didn't configure it to get into orbit. So I want to put us in a lower lunar orbit before we actually get rid of this stage. So I want to utilize all of my fuel on this stage before I drop it, just to make sure I have enough fuel in my other stages. Eyes and Gengi. Yep. All right, here we go. $7.46. All right, that's going to use just about all of the rest of my Delta V, but it should put us in a really good orbit for both the Mun landing. Oh no, that's not good. That's not where we want to be. Right about there. For both the landing and deploying the satellite. Now, we are in a slightly declined orbit, and we are in a retrograde orbit. So it's going to take a lot more Delta V to get off the surface of the Mun than it would have taken otherwise. made the entire team rage quit just by spawn camping them. Well, that's not very nice. But it is going to use all of my Delta V. Every little bit of Delta V on this stage is going to be needed. Plus a little bit extra, but we have a little bit extra, so it'll be okay. Okay. Villain arc. Yep. All right. 5 seconds to burn. 3, 2, 1, burn. Let's take a look at our new orbit. It does look pretty good. Our apoapsis is a little bit high, but it's close enough, so it should be fine. So let's go ahead and conduct the material study. And a mystery goose study. And we might as well conduct temperature study. And that should be everything on here because telemetry is not on here anymore. Nope. Let's go ahead and do a crew report as well. Nope, no need to do a crew report. All right. And then let's have Daphis Kerman get out of the ship. Do an EVA report. Nope, we're good. All right. Select data, remove data. Select data, remove data. Store experiments. And get in the lander camp. Okay. Oh, don't hit it, don't hit it. We didn't hit it. Good. Okay. Phew. That was scary. I thought we were gonna smack into that thing. All right. So now we need to add a maneuver at the ascending node of the target orbit. Which is right. Actually, no. We want to add a maneuver at the intersect of the target orbit, which would be right here, but I don't know if we're going to have communication with Kerbal at that point. We need to push our orbit out. Up. Not that far out. Not that far up. About there. That's going to get us wicked close. 263, 269. We'll probably get a little close. 65, 68. Do have communications with Kerbin, but I don't know how we have communications. We just barely have communications with Kerbin. A little concerned about that. But our signal should get stronger, not weaker. We should be fine. Let's go ahead and activate this engine. All right. I got called some very non-Twitch compliant things. There's not a whole lot you can't say on Twitch. There's not a whole lot you can't say. You gotta, obviously, you gotta avoid slurs, but yeah. -1 degree should be within acceptable parameters for this mission, so we should be good there. Nope, not quite. Right? Can add a maneuver at the descending node. Oh, hold on. Not quite there. Add a maneuver at the descending node. Fire descending. Oh, too far. Way too far. That way, just a little tiny bit. Not quite. There. That ought to be pretty close. Let's try that. All right, let's go ahead and get situated for this next burn. We have some time, so I'm going to go ahead and warp a little bit. Oh, too far. Way too far. All right, there we go. We got our orbit. We just got to maintain stability for 10 seconds. And that should complete this mission. What? Where is it? Oh, it completed. Okay. Yep, we're completed. All right, excellent. So now we're going to add a couple more maneuvers. I think we're going to maneuver from the ascending node, which is right about Right about there. That's not even close. It's actually like... That should be pretty close. This is a little bit of a longer burn. This one's going to be about a minute. So we're going to fire at about 30 seconds. T minus 30 seconds to the node. And that should bring our Apowaps up to the descending node, which is where the planes cross, is what the descending node is. When you want to make a plane change, that's where you want to do it at, is at the descending node or the ascending node. All right. This one is a little bit of a longer burn, but that's okay. There's our little satellite that could. And it's kind of cute. I kind of dig it. I'm nervous about landing on the moon like this, though. We have had rotten luck with moon landings, you know? It's been rough. So I'm kind of worried about it. All right, now we should be able to add a maneuver right here where we burn ascending to about... Not quite there yet. There. And prograde. That may be a bit much. Burn prograde to about there. And then burn... Still not quite right. About there. And that ought to be pretty close. That ought to be pretty damn close. Close enough we can make some micro adjustments when we get there. Close enough we can make some micro adjustments when we get there. Drink water, beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat. Better to not risk it, Ghost. Better to not risk it. It is not worth it. All right, here we go. Another little bit longer burn. Playing what? What are you playing, Hana? Supernova ranked? Nice. Well, I hope you win all of your matches and make... I will insta-ban, not allow unbanned submissions. What are we insta-banning for? Got it. All right, now we just got to chill out in this orbit for 10 seconds. And that will be another mission complete. Mission accomplished. All right. We are officially done with this satellite. Now we got to find our lander and get ready for our Mun landing attempt. All right. Take data. Take data. Board. Observe mystery goo. We've already got that one. All right. We should be in business, chat. We should be ready to go. So how are we looking for monopropellant? We still have most of our monopropellant. We're looking pretty good. I think we're okay. So our goal is going to be... Fuck, I can't remember where we're supposed to land. Transmit or recover science data from the surface of the Mun. Bring a Munstone back to Kerbin. Well, I got to go back to the... I got to go back to the Space Center because I got to check and see where we're landing. He hasn't said anything, but we're ready. Yeah, let's avoid banning anybody if we can. Let's avoid doing anything that might get you banned if we can. All right. Explore the Mun. Dock 2 vessels on or around the Mun. Well, we can't do that one. We can do plant flag on the Mun. We'll accept that one for now. Around Gilly. I can't. I'm not gonna do that one right now. We'll accept it anyway. Yep, that'll work. All right. What happened now? Nothing's happened yet, Gore. Or Ghost, sorry. My mods are just ready to ban you if you say anything out of line. All right. Let's go back to our ship. Oh, I forgot to check where I'm supposed to land. Okay. Where am I supposed to land? Highland craters, highlands, or lowlands? Okay. Well, you also haven't been banned yet, so let's keep it that way. All right. Let's see here. I don't know where the Highland craters are. So I don't know. Don't know where the Highland craters are. I don't want to take a chance of fucking this up. Let's add a maneuver here. Oh, no. Here. Actually, we'll do it all the way back here. We'll aim for right there. Dude, you're fine. You're fine, Ghost. They're giving you shit. All right? Don't even worry about it. Just don't say any slurs and you don't have to worry about it. They're just giving you a hard time. All right, let's get in. Let's get this guy ready for our breaking burn. Why don't I have... Oh, I do have ASAS. Okay, good. Have I done this one yet? Yeah. All right, it's a 10-second burn, so we've got time. We'll wait a little bit. It is a semi-precise burn because it's going to determine where we land at. So 3, 2, 1, fire. Oh shit, I didn't turn on my engine. I didn't turn on my engine. All right. Where does that put us? That puts us right about where we want to be. So let's go ahead and warp there. Well, you haven't done anything yet, so... No, that makes sense. Where am I? We're over the Midlands. I don't want to be over the Midlands. I want to be over the Highlands. I'm debating how I want to do this. I don't know where the moonstones are. We're in trouble, chat. We're not slowing down fast enough. We're not slowing down fast enough. Come on, slow down, slow down, slow down, slow down. We're not slowing down fast enough. Oh wait, there's a crater. We might be okay. We're probably not gonna be okay. We're going way too fucking fast. God damn it. Alright, 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 alright. We're gonna land this fucking can somehow. gonna land this can somehow. We're gonna land this fucking can somehow. We're gonna land this can somehow. Any landing you walk away from is not a crash. Oh, shit. Oh, that was funny. I don't know how we survived that, guys. I don't know how we survived that. So the upside is we're not dead. The less upside is we are now stranded on the surface of the Mun. We're gonna plant a flag. Well, fuck. Alright, we can do an EVA report and take a surface sample. And I guess we can log pressure. Nope, I gotta be inside the can to do that. Log pressure data. Log temperature data. And crew report. Where are we? We're in the Midlands, so that's not going to do us any good. Let's take this. Take that. And take those. And board. Now, all of that information should be stored in the lander can. How will you escape? We're going to have to do a rescue mission. We're going to have to launch a Mun rescue mission. So that is going to be our next goal, our next project. But first, we're going to go back to the Space Center, and we're going to build the rescue spacecraft. Oh, that was terrible. I fucked up so bad. Let's see if we can grab any missions that will help us that we can actually do on this one. Nope. There are no missions that we can actually do. Explore the Mun, science data from the surface of the Mun. Alright, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to go to the astronaut complex, and we're going to hire Merlo Kerbin, because she's a really good pilot. You did grape. I can't fucking believe that I landed that pod, though. I mean, that took some quick thinking. To use all the extra pieces as bumpers to try to slow us down. All right. So here's the problem that we're going to run into, chat. Here's the problem that we're going to run into. I don't have a lander can that can seat 2 Kerbals. I don't have one. So we have to figure out a way to get a spacecraft to the Mun that can seat 2 Kerbals. Excuse me. I don't have enough science to get a lander can that can seat 2 Kerbals. This one right here can. And this one can seat 2 Kerbals as well. but I don't have 160 science. So I don't have a lander can that can do it. I have a command module that can do it, but command modules are significantly heavier than lander cans, and they're a little bit harder to do it with. The second problem that I'm going to run into, well, actually, maybe it's not a problem. So I have two options. Option A is I can use the much larger, much heavier Mark II command pod and risk 2 Kerbals. Option B would be to use the same design that I used last time and land an uncrewed can on the surface. Have Daphne or whatever her name is get in that can and come back, which is probably going to be the best. Probably going to be the best option. Because this is just going to be too heavy. I can do it, but I don't know if I should. I think we're going to go with option B, and we're going to build an uncrewed lander can. I need to rename all of these ships so that they're in the right order, or the right names. So we're going to use the same design as last time, because it already has everything we need on it. So we use the same design as last time. And I'm half tempted to put a bigger engine on it. I'm half tempted to throw a bigger engine. Let's throw this guy on there. With these extended, let's throw this guy on there. That's going to give us significantly more thrust. And we still have 1800 Delta V, so we should be fine. Let's build a rocket that can get this to the Mun. So we need 34, 9 is 40, 43, 47, 4,700 meters per second of Delta V. First thing we're going to do is we're going to put one of these T8, or no, T12 decouplers on there like that. And we're going to put one of these 1.875 meter, actually, yeah, this will be fine. This will be fine. So let's do like this. Okay. And then probably want one of these under there with one of those. That's going to give us in vacuum 1880 meters per second. I said we needed what? 4,600 meters per second total. That may not be enough. Yeah, 4,600 meters per second. That may not be enough. Okay, 24. So we would need 2,200 on the bottom stages. So at sea level, we've got 2,000. I said we needed what, 2,200? 2450. So yeah, we need about 2,200. So if we put, what's our thrust away? 1. Yeah. So what we'll do is we will put hydraulic couplers on here like this. We need 2 of them. We probably don't need those giant kickback engines. How big are you? You guys are massive. You guys, that's a lot of engine. We don't need nearly that much. Let's use the kickbacks again. Let's use the kickbacks again. So there. Aerodynamics. Those are way too big. So, and that's going to give us way more than enough Delta V for a fairly cheap price of the low cost of 30,000 credits. Let's go ahead and put some of these guys on here, like so. Okay. Yeah. That's going to give us a lot more Delta V, which is probably good because we have to do a precision landing, so this is probably the better way of doing it. He drifted successfully on the moon. I did. That was scary. That was terrifying. I thought every single time we touched the ground, I thought, this is it. We're done. We're cooked. It's over. But we made it. We made it on. We landed on the Mun, and nobody died. And actually, let's do this. Let's put you right there. And then the only thing left that I need to do is I need to. I don't think I need to do anything else. I think we're good. I need to make sure that we don't have anybody on the ship. We don't. This is gonna be... Why are you not typing? 1 shot 9. Oh, you're winning. Good. Oh man, my drink's empty again. What the heck? What the heck? All right. Let's heckin' go to the Mun. Let's go to the Mun. No stowaways this time, which is probably for a good thing. That's way too high. Way too high. Way too aggressive of a ascent angle. Way too aggressive. That's okay. All right, so we're definitely high enough to get rid of that. This thing's almost got enough juice in it to make orbit. All right, let's make sure that we extend our... I keep forgetting to assign action groups. Extend our antenna. gonna try to flatten our trajectory just a little bit. I need to be more aggressive with my gravity turns. I know you like the new character. You do really well with her. Look at that big, beautiful engine. It's gorgeous, chat. Drink water. I don't have any more. I just said I don't have any more water. I have to get another bottle of water here in a second. I have drank 4 bottles of water and a beer since the beginning of this stream. Posture check. I'm sitting up as straight as I can. My posture's usually actually pretty good, if I'm being completely honest. That looks pretty good. Let's go ahead and set the mun as a target and add a maneuver right about there. Fire out. Grab that intercept. That looks pretty good. Okay, this is a 1 minute and 3 second burn, so we've got time. Oh, that is perfect. See how the maneuver node lines up perfectly with the target node? This is going to be a very efficient burn. All right, so we fired at about 30, T-minus 30 seconds. Four, three, two. That's a little bit hot. Let's see. Nope, I don't want to use up all of my RCS. So let's just flip around. I don't have very much. I don't have very much monopropellant, and I want to save it for my docking maneuver. So right about there will do. 45 kilometers, that's perfect. Let's add a maneuver. Capture. And get roughly circularized. I hope I have enough electric charge. If I run out of electric charge, I'm going to be in trouble. I think we'll be okay, though. Oh, fuck. We're not okay. God damn it. We're not okay, chat. Wasn't fast enough. Ah. I should have put photovoltaic panels on this. You're gonna have to do it again. We're gonna have to do it again. All right, I'm gonna go grab another bottle of water so I can make good on that hydrate redeem, and then we will relaunch this vessel with photovoltaic panels. All right, we're back. Straight frying, huh? All right. We're going to use a couple of these. All right. Make sure there's no crew in it because it likes to assign a crew. And launch. Drink water, beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat. All right. Here we go again, chat. We're going to try this one more time. I'm going to be a little more aggressive with our gravity turn, too. This rocket does have quite a bit of thrust, so... Oh, the moon's right there. was a bit too high again. Should have cut off my engine a long time ago. But now that we're in space, let's go ahead and extend this antenna and extend the solar panels. Fly me to the moon, let me play among the stars. Let me see what life is like on Jupiter and Mars. If I lose to this dog shit team. I don't know anything about tinnitus. In other words, this poor guy has been sitting here orbiting the moon forever by himself. Meanwhile, you've got this poor guy down here stranded in the middle of a crater. No. This one. Stranded in the middle of a crater. They suck. It'll be alright, Hana. There we go. That looks pretty sweet, actually. That looks pretty good. All right, we're facing the sun, so we should get plenty of electric charge. Let's go ahead and get to the mun. Oh, 17. Go ahead and... All right, so the name of the game, chat, is how close can we actually get to this thing? I'm gonna burn anti-normal now. The team that she's playing against in Valo, or not Valo, in Stranova. Nope, not gonna work. Damn it. Do I not have a relay satellite? I don't. Son of a... What is that? It is a team shooter arena type game. Oh, I'm sorry, Apollo. Give me just a second, chat. This poor dog. I can't be in a different room as this dog. He freaks out. All right, so we got to wait until... What is this? Oh, that's me. I got to wait until she's on the right side of the moon because for whatever reason, I don't have communications. With my relay satellite. Emotional support human, right? And it's spinning the wrong way. This may be a problem because I'm afraid that the moon is tidally locked. So if I can't get if I can't get a signal, I'm not going to be able to land. There is one thing that I can do though. There is one thing that I can't. Fuck. I'm not going to be able to get a signal because the moon is tidally locked. Unless I can get a signal from my relay satellite, I'm not going to be able to land. Why can't I communicate with the relay satellite? Is it Rito? No, it's a little early for Rito. The relay satellite's right there, so why am I not able to communicate with it? Oh, crap. How can I fix this, chat? How can I fix this? Because if I land anywhere on this side of the moon, I'm gonna lose communication. I have a relay satellite, but it's not relaying. I wonder if it's because I have the wrong kind of antenna. A super easy solution would be... No, that's not going to work either. Oh. Oh, right. Right. I'll be right back, guys. I gotta pee. Chat, I don't know how to fix this. So I'm thinking there's two ways we can do it. Option one is to land on this side of the moon and try to get the crew over there. Option two would be to launch a new rocket. Option three is a little bit more insane. Option three involves transferring the crew of this rocket right here to this, landing, having her hold on to the ladder while we fly back up into space, which is insane, but it might accidentally work. So, but I don't know. She might fall off, which would be really bad. So, I don't know. I don't know. We may have to just launch a new rocket. I think that's what we're going to do. I think we're just going to launch a new rocket. Where are we in relation to... This is getting expensive. Oh, I don't want to do this again. Chat. But we're going to need a different antenna. We're going to try one more time. This is how my games usually have gone on this. I will run into an issue with a mission, and I'll end up spending all of my money trying to fix it. Okay. Let's try that. Let's try that and see how that goes. I better not have a stowaway. I do not. Okay, we're good. All right. Let's edit actions. Custom one. No. Not gonna let me. No, it's not gonna let me do it. Okay. All right, here we go. We're going for it. For real this time. The last couple were just practice runs. Hot anime pirate plus KSP player. That's rare. Welcome in, Ironic. I thank you for joining us and welcome aboard. Yeah, we're just hanging out playing KSP. We accidentally stranded a Kerbal on the moon, so we're gonna, or the Mun, so we're gonna go try to rescue her. But our last couple of missions have failed because of technical issues, so we're gonna try one more time. Here we go, going to the Mun. For real this time, I hope. Alright, I'm going to start my gravity turn a little early because this rocket does have a pretty high thrust to weight ratio. dock is hot. Drink water, beat the heat, drill sergeant, beat the heat. Gravity turn was not aggressive enough. Again, I'm really bad at my gravity turns. I don't know why. I'm never aggressive enough with my gravity turns. Alright, let's ditch these guys. Clean separation. Let's cut the engines. Yeah, we went way too high again. That's okay. Let's set the Mun as the target. Gravity turns is like salt and cooking. You probably need to add more, right? But if you add too much, you're not going to make orbit, so... And it's super embarrassing when you don't make orbit. This rocket is incredibly over-engineered for what I'm using it for. So if I failed to make orbit in this thing, I would be really, really cooked. Alright, let's get my antennas deployed before I lose communication. And let's get my solar panels extended as well. Wondering... Yeah, let's do that. I think we'll be... No. Oh, whoa, way too much, way too much. We don't want to crash into the moon. There we go. That'll work. All right, let's take a look here. Let's make this happen. Let's make this happen. 1400 Delta V. We have plenty of Delta V on this stage to make this transfer, so we should be golden. Need to fire it at about T-minus 1 minute. It is a long burn. It's a 2-minute burn, but it will get us where we need to go. Accelerate a little bit here. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And I forgot to turn the engine on. There we go. Yeah, we're looking good. We're looking good. All right. Yeah, we still got a long ways to go yet. Still got about 30 seconds of burn left. I lost my no death streak. Oh no! That's not good. All right, about 10 more seconds left on this burn. All right, let's go ahead and slow down a little bit so we don't overshoot. Wouldn't be the end of the world if we overshot, but that looks pretty good. 24 kilometers. That looks sweet. Hopefully these antenna work, because if they don't, we're kind of cooked again. I'm really kind of glad that we don't have the I need to face, is it normal or anti-normal? Yeah, normal or anti-normal. Because that will allow my No, it's not normal. It's radial out. Radial out, right? Radial out will make sure that I'm always... No, it is. It is. It's normal and anti-normal. I just need to rotate a little bit. Rotate this way a little bit. There we go. That should make sure that I have some sunlight on those photovoltaic panels and don't run out of electricity. Let's go ahead and accelerate. Yep. We got plenty of sunlight, so we're good. All right, this is a short burn, 20 seconds. We will be bringing in... We actually still have communication directly with Kerbin, so that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. All right. Time warp just a little bit. There we go. Do our capture burn here in about 5 seconds. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Okay, take a look at our Cherry Apps is 20K, 24K. That's pretty good. Now we got to find our target, which is all the way over here. I don't want to try to land here at night. So we are going to go ahead and time accelerate until for a while. Because I suck at moon landings anyway. I do not want to take the chance of something bad happening trying to land in the dark. What the heck? All right, we are on the light side again, but our satellite is on the wrong side of the mun, so we're going to wait for it to circle around just to make sure that we have communications throughout the landing process. And that looks pretty good right there. We're going to go ahead and add a maneuver right here to get us relatively close, and then we'll fine tune it as we get a little bit closer. I don't want to do that just yet. I want to go right about there. Maybe even a little bit further descending. About there, maybe? Yeah, let's do that. As long as this guy remains in the sky where I need him to be throughout this operation, we will be golden. We will be just fine. We'll have 895 delta V on this stage, so we have plenty of delta. We have enough delta V to probably land on the Mun if we really want it with this stage. So that's good, though. That's good. Still got almost a minute before this maneuver node, so we're going to accelerate time a little bit. Okay, that looks pretty good. Another maneuver here. We want to overshoot just a little bit because we can always adjust. We want to overshoot just a little bit. About there. Maybe want to overshoot a little bit more because the moon's rotation is going to become an issue as well. I don't need this. We're almost there, chat. We're almost there. Oh, I'm nervous. All right, are we going to maintain communications? Yeah, we're going to be fine. Communications will be fine. All right, so let's go ahead and get ready for this maneuver node. I'm actually going to go ahead and start the burn now rather than wait because I'm not going to use full throttle. Go win. Yep. Go win. Actually going to terminate right there. Yeah, we can go target. Go target. That'll be fine. Switch to that. 500 means kilometers. Nine kilometers. Not far enough. Okay. Let's do this. Oh, crap. That wasn't very smart. I crashed into my spaceship. Oh, no, 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 wrong way, wrong way, wrong way. This way. Dang it. Hi, Kanito. Welcome back. How you doing today? How's it going? No, 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 no. No, no, no. Stay right there. Can't get impatient. I can't get impatient. Don't worry, Daphne. Help is on the way. Help is on the way. I think it's Daphne that's down here. I don't even remember which Kerbal we're saving, chat. Kieran, welcome in. Welcome, Raiders. How's everybody doing tonight? Hi, welcome, welcome. Welcome aboard. I am Doc Scalawag. I am a Pirate Lord VTuber and variety streamer. Tonight we're playing Kerbal Space Program, where I have just stranded one of my beloved Kerbonauts on the surface of the Mun, and we are trying to mount a daring rescue mission. So if you've got a raid and run, I completely understand. Go get yourself some food, get yourself some rest, get something to drink, whatever you've got to do. If you do decide to hang out with us, welcome in. Make yourself comfortable. I hope you enjoy your visit. How was your stream, Kieran? Rescue mission, yep. We're still so far away. All right, let's give myself a little bit more speed. I'm wasting so much fuel. I need to be careful, because if I waste too much, I won't be able to get back to orbit. Boost up just a little bit. Give myself a little bit of an arc here. All right, we should be good now. We should be good now. Let's go ahead and start slowing down. Problem is I'm just going way too slow. An astronaut to astronaut raid. What were you playing? Outer Wilds, nice. All right, I gotta. Oh shit! No, 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 no! Do not fuck this up. Do not fuck this up. All right, we're good. We're good. We're good. I just need to get redirected here. All right. I overshot. I overshot, chat. Not doing so hot. I'm not doing so hot. This isn't good. Go in the proper direction again, and we can worry about everything else. ASAS off. 846 Delta V. That's going to be close. I don't know if we can make it back. I don't know if we can make it back with that. I think we can, but I don't know for sure. Keep that. That. Keep that. Keep that. And that should be everything. Let's switch over to... What is this? This is not the... Did I seriously go to the wrong place? I went to the wrong... Fuck. That wasn't the right landing site. I'm on the wrong side of the mun. I'm on the wrong side of the freaking planet. I went to the wrong place. Where the fuck am I? Okay. Shit. I hate... Why am I me? Why am I me? Oh, I didn't have to do any of this. Now, I got within 200 meters of my target. I just picked the wrong target. Alright. Is there any way to salvage this? I've got 846 meters per second of Delta V. That is not enough to land on the mun and take off again. So... Okay. That's fine. Oh, crap. That's not what I meant to do. All right, let's cancel that for now. Why am I me, chat? Why do I suck so much? Like, that was perfect, and I blew it. Oh, wait. That was the right way. That way. About like that. And then that's going to put... That's going to put him significant. So... Burn. Burn, 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 burn. Right about there. Right about there. Maybe not quite that much. Right about there. All right. It's your committee brain cells. Yeah. Yeah, that was, God, man, that's frustrating. All right, Kanito, get some sleep. Thanks for coming by, and have a good night. All right, so where does that put us? Looks pretty good. I think I might be going a little too hot. Maybe we should slow down just a little bit. It's gonna put us at 4.2. That should be close enough. All right, let's warp here. We have 99 meters per second of delta V left. And I'm going to use half of it stopping. Okay. Crap, 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 crap. Overshot. Way overshot. Okay. All right. Oops. All right, a little bit of space sex going on here. Hey, thank you for the follow, Inferno. Welcome aboard. Welcome to the crew. All right, so we have completed the docking mission, which is pretty cool, I guess. But unfortunately, we still haven't rescued our Kerbal. So I'm gonna see if I can do something about that. Let's collect all of the data. So we did get some data. So we can at least get some data from the Mun. Oh shit. Oh shit. Oh shit. Hang on. What is that? I'm getting a lot of debris around the Mun. We may have to do something about that eventually. Big data. Big data. All right. Now, can I... Okay. Doesn't look like it's going to let me... What if I do this? Able cross feed. Mama's playing repo. Nope, it's not going to let me do it. Oh, shit. Need to do that. Well, we're going to have to launch another mission, chat. There's not really any way around it. So I'm going to dispose of this guy right here. If I can, if I have enough Delta V to do it. I'm going to dispose of this guy right here, and we will start another attempt. Don't know if we're going to have enough fuel to do this. Just got an ace. I don't know what an ace is, but congrats. So this will eventually crash back into the planet, or the Mun, or whatever the hell you want to call it. We are going to go back to the Space Center. She killed all enemies in one round. Nice job. Oh, well, congrats. Nice. Well done. All right. I'm going to go ahead and take a quick bathroom break before we launch this rocket again. For the fourth time? Is this the... Yeah, because the first time we ran out of electricity. The second time we couldn't communicate. The third time I crashed. I landed at the wrong landing site. So we're going to try this one more time. But I am going to take a very quick bathroom break first. F for the poor shuttles. Hey. Yeah, my timing is off on that stinger. I'll have to fix it. This is my first time using that stinger, guys. For those of you who are just coming in, I haven't used that stinger yet, and I have the timing off on it, so I'll get it fixed. It'll be better next time. All right, let's go back to the Mun. One more time. At least we're learning that this rocket is really good for this mission. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, launch. And gravity turn. I don't want to overcorrect. You know, I usually don't do an aggressive enough gravity turn, and I don't want to overcorrect and do a not aggressive enough gravity turn. It just explodes. You know what? Rapid, unplanned disassembly is unfortunately a part of the space travel experience. So, that's just the way it is sometimes. All right, this gravity turn looks like it's a little bit better. Might not be aggressive enough for this rocket though. This is a lot of rocket. This is a lot more rocket than I need for this mission. Dude, the model is fucking... my model? I low-key just realized. I like it. I'm rather fond of it. I think Mama did a wonderful job. I think she did a great job. So, I am very pleased with it. All right, let's see where we're at altitude-wise. Yeah, I'm going way too high again. Way too high again. I also keep forgetting to set these to hotkeys, so I have to go and extend them all manually. All right, we have comms. We have a target. Go ahead and get orbit. Gravity turn wasn't too bad, but I overburned. Hey, hey. Why is the eyes soulless? I don't know. I didn't even have eyes. You think they're soulless now. Redeem the death thing and see what happens. My eyes do in fact change when with the death expression. You guys like it? Oh, I'm losing control of my rocket. I wasn't paying attention to what I was doing and I buggered it up. So they do. Yep, they do. You like them better that way? Hmm. Wasted a lot of fuel because I wasn't paying attention. And overburned like crazy. GG's. Are you done? Did you win? We're gonna get it this time, chat. I believe. I believe that this is our time. Did I lose my electricity? Oh no, we're good. I just had clicked out of the game for some reason. Okay. Hmm. Got another long burn coming up. That's okay. I think we'll get it this time. About 30 seconds. You won all your... Nice. Way to go. That's awesome. I'm glad that you won all your placement matches. That's... All right, let's take a look. How did we end up? We could go a little bit more. Right about there. Okay, 41K. It's good. All right. Solid comms. Looking really good. We're looking really good. We're going to do it this time, chat. This time, we're going to do it. Gonna get noms. Have good noms. We'll see you in a little bit. All right, perform our capture burn. That looks pretty good. All right, so our target is actually this one right here. So we're going to set that as our target. Let's see here. The ascending node will add a maneuver. about there. I'm back. My oh no, your Wi-Fi went down. That's not good. All right, let's get lined up for this maneuver. The Wi-Fi line was smacked by a tree branch during a heavy storm 2 days ago and has been cutting in and out. Man, I hear that. All right. Got a little bit of a short burn here. I miss you too, Hana. All right. I want to wait a little bit until that lander is on the light side of the moon. And we will start setting up for our approach once it's on the daylight side of the moon. I think we will maintain line of sight with Kerbin throughout the operation, so we don't have to worry too much about the satellite. I want to aim right about here. Right about there. Maybe a little bit further away. Be like right about. Yeah, we should maintain line of sight with Kerbin throughout, so we should be fine. Have a good lurk, Ghost. You got a package and you don't know where it's from? Moonshot 6. Got ways to go yet. Let's accelerate time a little bit more. All right. There is the target. We're traveling at about 500 meters per second. We're 21 kilometers above the surface and falling, so we're going to need to start slowing down.
Love you too, Hana. I didn't send you anything, no. Traveling up. Nope. Traveling up. I want to be traveling down. Wrong way, wrong way. Come on, come on, come on. Making spicy nudes. Delicious. Delicious. Almost there. Almost there. Welcome back, Ghost. Oops, too much. Bingo, we made it. All right. That. 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 Okay, and take that. Data. I have a mission, and I am going to complete said mission. Yeah, my shoulder's kind of fucked. I don't know. I've been fighting with it all week. Oops. Come on, get. There we go. Data. Data. Collect. And collect. Dump experiments. Got some dupes. All right. Now we've got to set our target to this guy. He's actually not in a bad place to go ahead and let's wait a little bit. Oh, no. Stop. There we go. All right, perfect. So we need to fly south-southwest. So that's this way. Is going to be behind me, so we can add a maneuver here. Burn, baby, burn. Actually, maneuver here. That looks good. We're almost there, guys. Drink water. Beat the heat, Drill Sergeant. Beat the heat. There we go. All right. Oh, too far. Too far. All right. That should get us within 200 meters. Yeah, nobody redeemed first. Which is kind of wild if you think about it. All right. Point directly at that spacecraft. Switch spacecraft. Set that as the target. Point directly at it. Switch back. RCS on. All right, a little bit more space fucking. This is how baby rocket ships are made, chat. This is how baby rocket ships are made. Boom. Shake my head, shake my head. Ah, there we go. Okay. Interesting. Okay. You're gonna get out. No, not you, not you, not you. Other one. Other one. You're gonna get out. We're going to take all of the data. And then we'll have you just go ahead and zip on over here. And get aboard. Go ahead and undock. Uh-oh, we don't have comms. We don't have comms. Okay. Where is us in relation to our satellite? We'll have comms again soon. All right, we'll have comms again soon. We'll wait just a second until we have communications again. Oh, we've got communications again. Sweet. Okay. So, yeah, we've got communications again. So let's go ahead and fly orbital retro. We can turn ASAS on. Right. Yep, that'll do it. Switch back to this guy. Right, we are in a retrograde orbit. So we're going to want to fire right here. Oh, excuse me. Night, Ghost. Thanks for hanging out. All right, here we go, chat. All right. That is terminal. We have escaped the Mun. No, there. All right, here we go. Oh, we got some money for that. There goes our other piece of rocket. Getting a little hot. That's okay. I think we'll be all right. Oh, yes, the ocean. NASA's landing pad. I don't know if we're going to make the ocean. We might make landfall. I think we'll land in this gulf here, but we might make landfall. Nah, we won't make landfall. We won't make landfall. We're almost there, though. We're almost home. Just got to remember to pop my parachutes. Otherwise, this whole thing was for nothing. And this mission was a pain in the ass, let me tell you. There goes the parachutes. We go. We made it. And all the folks at Mission Control start clapping and cheering. All right, chat. We went way over on time, so we're gonna go ahead and find somebody to raid out to. If anybody wants to redeem the raid, now is the time to do it. Otherwise, I will find somebody here in just a moment. Yep, there's the raid message for anybody who wants to use them. And we got 406 science from that mission, so that was a great success. So let's switch over to this guy right here. Get save game. Quit to main menu. Let me find somebody cool to raid into. Let's see. Power of Science, right? Okay, so Inksy is still playing Valorant. So we could raid into Inksy or we could raid into Rito. You know what? Let's raid into Inksy. It's my I guess it's my 12-month sub anniversary on that channel. So let's raid into Inksy so that Gore can make fun of me. All right, guys. Thanks again for hanging out with me and playing games with me. I had a lot of fun. It was a good stream. Um, we will be back tomorrow with a new game. We're going to be playing a Minty. It's a scary game. So we're going to give that one a shot. So I hope to see you then. Until tomorrow, fair winds and following seas.